Your business depends on quality, efficiency, and reliability. At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we help you stay ahead with John Deere commercial mowers built for performance. Whether you're maintaining parks, businesses, or neighborhood lawns, you need equipment that works as hard as you do. With expert service, flexible financing, and the best lineup of mowers in the industry, Reynolds keeps your operation running strong. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
After the Marine Corps, I was diagnosed with PTSD and became homeless for 15 years. Like a hermit living on the street, I just existed. I came to Wheeler Mission. Wheeler operates on a culture of kindness. Going through their programs reminded me that my meaning in life is to serve God. God set me free from anxiety and depression. Before Wheeler, I just existed, but today I live.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Thinking about what to do after high school? Consider a career with Boilermakers Local 374. As a Boilermaker apprentice, you'll earn while you learn. We offer excellent wages and benefits, and as part of our no-cost hands-on apprenticeship program, you'll learn from the best in state-of-the-art training centers and on the job. Become a union Boilermaker and get on your way to a great career. Find out more, visit www.local374.org or call 219-845-1000.
This is the hotel breakfast.
It looked different online.
Do you children like eggs? Here, they make your bones grow.
It'll be fine. It's gonna be fine. All right, guys. Look alive.
Is it fine, Daryl?
I'm starving.
When free hot breakfast can make or break your day, it matters where you stay.
Go get him.
Hampton by Hilton. Hilton for the stay.
Your business depends on quality, efficiency, and reliability. At Reynolds Farm Equipment, we help you stay ahead with John Deere commercial mowers built for performance. Whether you're maintaining parks, businesses, or neighborhood lawns, you need equipment that works as hard as you do. With expert service, flexible financing, and the best lineup of mowers in the industry, Reynolds keeps your operation running strong. Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local John Deere dealer since 1955.
Can't make it to the game? We've got your back. Just go to www.IndianaSRN.org and tune in to all of the live action or go to our on-demand service and relive your favorite moments.
In today's rapidly evolving energy landscape, Compliance is more than just a checklist. It's the foundation of operational reliability, safety, and trust. And here in Indianapolis, we're honored to be at the heart of that mission. We collaborate with asset owners, operators, helping them stay ahead of NERC standards and grid demands. Our electrical engineering and compliance experts provide hands-on support tailored to your fleet. As expectations rise and regulations evolve, you deserve a partner who brings more than just expertise. You need commitment, clarity, and confidence.
Did you know, according to the National Federation of High Schools, 80% of new officials quit the game after just 2 seasons because of abusive behavior from the stands and sidelines?
Aspen Creek Grill, we are a from-scratch concept with comfort fresh food. You can expect a world-class experience on a great budget. We've got incredible specials, great service. Today's dish that we're going to highlight is going to be our Aspen Blue Sirloin. It is, again, our premium Black Angus certified beef, and we top that with the blue cheese crust. Again, everything that we do here is made from scratch, and it's no different from our steaks. We hand cut all our steaks in-house. So our team back there, it's just an incredible team. Everything that they do, they take so much pride in. They put a little bit of themselves into everything that they do over here, especially since it is a made from scratch concept. We want everybody to come, visit us, enjoy some great food with some great service. Bring your friends, bring your family, come have some great food, have a great time with us with some of the best comfort scratch food.
Can I help you?
Yeah, I'd like to order a hamburger, fries, salt, maybe a large vanilla shake.
This is a trophy shop, can't you tell?
You got carry out?
Everything that you need, we have here at the shop. Very unique. You order today, carry out tonight. That's our version of carry out.
All right, I'll take one of everything.
Oh, that may take a little longer. We'll have it for you tomorrow night.
I'll be back tomorrow to pick it up.
We'll be waiting for you.
IndianaSRN wants to put more kids on TV. And honestly, that's exactly what these kids deserve. They stream more than 350 high school and college games every year, giving Indiana athletes the spotlight they've earned. All games are free to watch with On Demand on their YouTube channel. The cost is amazingly affordable, which means more kids get their moment to shine. IndianaSRN, where you always have a front row seat.
Hey Indiana, let's clear the air about vaping. Glue, rat poison, paint. We all know these products contain poisons like formaldehyde, arsenic, and lead. And these are just a few of the chemicals you'll find in e-cigarette vapor. Let's clear the air, Indiana. Don't puff this stuff. Visit don'tpuffthisstuff.com to join the fight and spread the word.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
everyone, and welcome to Randall R. Sadler Stadium. We invite you to stay right there. Following the national anthem, we will begin our pregame show in just a couple of moments right here on IndianaSRN.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
At Morales Group Staffing, we are all about building better futures. And during these times, we are working hard to put people to work. We are now hiring for hundreds of jobs with pay up to $17 an hour. Visit our website at moralesgroup.net or text JOBS, JOBS, to 317-472-7600 to apply now and get hired today.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Back once again here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium on the campus of Earlham College as we bring you a huge doubleheader today in the Heartland Collegiate Athletic Conference. Number 2 Transy, number 1 Earlham. Both games right here on IndianaSRN. College baseball being brought to you by Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local hometown John Deere dealer since 1955. Boilermaker Local 374, representing skilled workers across Indiana. Discover the Boilermaker advantage with Local 374. Burtner Electric, your trusted electrician partners since 1986. Wheeler Mission, helping our neighbors in need since 1893. Morales Group Staffing, building better futures one story at a time. LifeWise Academy. LifeWise Academy brings Bible education to public school students during school hours. Learn more at lifewise.org. LIUNA, the Build America Union, 500,000 strong, fighting for better wages, safer job sites, and greater opportunities. And the IndianaSRN sports page, border-to-border, coast-to-coast coverage, high school, college, and pro sports coverage. Troy Narkowski, Jesse Lee with you at beautiful Randall R. Sadler Stadium here in Richmond. Jesse, great to have you with us here today. And I tell you what, we can't be more excited to be here because this is just a great matchup between the top 2 teams in the conference.
Every year it's so much fun when these 2 teams square off, and Earlham's actually done a really good job when they're here at home against Transylvania. It'll be interesting to see if they can continue that streak. I believe they haven't lost a game here at home against the Pioneers since 2021, so that's going to be something key to watch here for today.
And 2 teams that can really hit the baseball as well. No doubt about it, we may see a lot of runs today. Talk a little bit about the starter today for the Earlham Quakers. They will be going with Kyle Jeffries.
Yeah, Kyle Jeffries is a guy who can just give you 6 innings pretty reliably. He's only failed to do that in 2 of his starts this season. Also can reliably get you 5 or more strikeouts. Just the definition of a solid starting pitcher.
Well, the first pitch, low and inside. We are underway. Beautiful day. It's going to be a little bit cooler today. And, of course, yesterday these 2 teams played. We'll talk more about the doubleheaders that they played on Sunday and had to play Sunday because of the weather we had on Saturday, and so that's a swing and a miss. We'll even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Caden Ford averaging at .460. Talk about a great leadoff hitter.
Yeah, he's just so good, and a freshman too. To come on and have this kind of impact for your team is really incredible for Ford. Also an OPS over 1,000 this season. He's been able to hit for power too.
I know you were watching, as most of us were, the doubleheader not only down at Transylvania, but the doubleheader at Anderson as the next pitch is low. What did you think about the doubleheader split yesterday that the Quakers had to rally from the first game to get the win and then rallied almost to get the second win as well?
Yeah, phenomenal pitching in both games yesterday despite the split of the doubleheader. Kamen Huntsman was able to give the Quakers 8 innings in the first game, which is really going to benefit them here out of the bullpen today. They're going to have a lot of fresh arms.
That'll be an easy out in left field by Wagster, 1 away, and that'll bring up Seita Shiratori, the number 2 hitter for Transylvania. By the way, you can follow live stats as we go on the Earlham website. You know, Steve Sackasitz, very familiar with his building of his program, and when you look around here at Sadler Stadium and then the new softball complex, the hitting complex over here, you just really are very impressed with what he's done with the Earlham program.
Yeah, the last decade or so in Earlham baseball history, granted, I've only been here for a couple of years, but even in that time, it feels like we've gone to new heights as a program. It's been so much fun to watch this team grow together. Some of these players get more experience, and it seems that every year he's just hitting on these freshmen that he brings in, these transfers that he brings in. There's a real culture here with this team.
1 ball, 1 strike, 1 away here in the top of the first inning. Jeffrey's next pitch is on the way, and a breaking ball caught the outside corner for a strike. Mentioned yesterday, the Quakers go to Anderson. They split the doubleheader. And, of course, it makes it even more interesting today because Transylvania won both their games as the next pitch is low. What do you look at this? What are the keys for the Quakers to get the doubleheader sweep here today?
Well, for Earlham, I think what you have to do is just play how you've played all season long, which is get on and steal bases, cause chaos on the base paths. That's what they've done this season, especially in the top of their order.
Fly ball to right field, and that'll be an easy catch in right field by McFarland, and there is quickly 2 away.
And also, I think the bullpen is key. The back half of this Quaker bullpen has been locked down this season, and you're talking about a team who has a 3.89 ERA. That's the best it's been at since 2018 for the Quakers when they had a 3.51 team ERA, and a large credit of that is to the bullpen. They have 4 pitchers with 10 or more innings pitched and under a 3 ERA this season.
Calvin Schubert will step to the plate. That pitch way outside, ball 1. Well, I'll be curious, and I know a lot of the Earlham fans that are tuned in here today to see this doubleheader, and just against a very, very good hitting team. This is a Transy team who yesterday in the second game of that doubleheader scored 21 runs. That's when hit foul. They ended up 32 runs on the day, so they can definitely swing the bat.
Yeah, double-digit runs in 6 of their last 8 games, but I think a big credit to that is how much they've been stealing recently. They have had 18 stolen bases in their last 3 games, so it's going to be big for Jeffries to limit the action on the base paths today, just like Transylvania pitching-wise on their side.
Well, you mentioned with the amount of stealing, that's certainly a signature, a swing and a miss for what we have seen over the years with Coach Sackasitz's teams. He's always talked about putting a lot of pressure on that pitcher and catcher, and they produced a couple of championships doing a lot of that.
Yeah, that's something that I talked to him before the season about. He was really excited for what their top of the order looked like this season because they're all guys who can hit for contact, get on, and all of them are, if they're on first, you can pretty much count that they're going to be standing on second in a couple of pitches.
You know, in many times we have talked over the years with Coach Sackasitz and about pitching, and since Jeffries is off to a good start here today, he wants his pitchers to go after these guys. There's no pitching around them, just attack the hitters. Next pitch is on the way. It's up high.
Yeah, something he told me preseason also is that he always tells his pitching staff he wants to get outs in 3 pitches or less. You know, get guys who can go deep into the game. You know, walks are not acceptable here at Earlham. They have consistently been bottom of the conference in allowing free passes.
Swing and a miss, and that will do it for Schubert after half inning. No score.
Hits, no errors, no runners left on base. After a half inning of play, your score, Transylvania 0, Quakers coming to bat.
Here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium. Thanks for being with us on this Monday afternoon. We're going to talk not only about what the rest of this season looks like, we want to remind everybody that we will be in Kokomo for both the baseball and the softball tournaments, and we're right around the corner on that. Maybe you can join us. We need some talent up there because some of the guys we'll take with us, like Coach Myers, we just need to upgrade someplace. So, all right, let's talk about the right-hander going today for Transylvania.
Yeah, Henry Craig on the mound. He's been a bullpen guy pretty much this entire season. In fact, this entire season, he's actually made, I believe, 15 starts in his career, but none this season, and he's coming on to start game 1 here today because Transylvania, they used their top 2 pitchers yesterday against Franklin. He's pitched an 18 2/3 of an inning, allowed 13 hits, a 4.82 ERA, but it's going to be interesting how Transylvania kind of looks at the pitching situation because they've used a lot of their top guys recently, so some guys are going to have to step up and pitch well today.
And that's always a dilemma at the Division III level because you don't have a ton of arms, and I was thinking about that a little bit yesterday with both these teams, is that who was going to throw Game 3 and Game 4 of this weekend, and so you really have to count on some of these guys and to step up for you that maybe haven't done it all year long, so a big key today.
Yeah, and also we talked a little bit about how Saturday got rained out. That kind of changes the dynamic too because I know Earlham, they were planning to have Cayman Huntsman and Lane Willoughby start this doubleheader, and that they ended up starting yesterday against Anderson. So that kind of changes the dynamic here for Earlham's side. I'm not sure if Transylvania was the same way, but you know they're feeling it too. They're going to have to find some way to get some innings from some of their guys.
Well, Caden, take that back, not Caden Ford. Let's go to Sean Jeffries. Will lead things off. Jeffries coming into today's doubleheader, hitting at .297, a home run, 29 runs driven in. A good guy to have at the leadoff spot because, as you mentioned before, one of those guys that can steal some bases. First pitch is on the way, and that jams him. Ground ball to the shortstop. Alcorn will charge, off balance, throw not in time, and the Quakers have a man on.
And that's to a T what Earlham does. In the top of their order, soft contact, they beat those ground balls out, and now Sean, a premier threat to steal here already.
And now the number 2 hitter, Jonathan Jimenez, will step to the plate. He's having a solid year as well, and Jimenez, the number 2 hitter. First time at the plate here for the Quakers, and already Earlham a chance to do some damage. This young man hitting .296. Has a home run and 10 runs driven in. Take that back, 3 home runs and 10 runs driven in. He'll take that pitch for a strike.
Hit a go-ahead 3-run home run yesterday. The reason why Earlham was able to take that first game against Anderson.
The stretch once again by Craig and a quick throw to first. We'll check the standings for you in the HCAC after last week. Things are really very interesting, the top 4 spots. There's still a lot of games to be played before we get to that tournament. And today, get all eyes on these 2 teams to see who may come out of. And I don't know if there's an advantage either way. If Earlham sweeps both, I think they're certainly in the driver's seat, no doubt about it, for that number 1 seed. If Transylvania finds a way to get a doubleheader sweep today, kind of changes things down the road a little bit, maybe puts a little more pressure on Earlham to try to get back to number 1. But we talked about it before. You don't want to go into that tournament without maybe the 1 or 2 seed because back to pitching again. The pitch on the way is hit foul down the line and foul by just inches. Here at Sadler Stadium, it is 310 down the left field line, but of course you got the Maroon Monster to deal with there, 375 down both alleys, 390 in dead center, and then 325 down the right field line.
Yeah, Quakers have not been shy to hit balls over that Maroon Monster. This year the power has been unbelievable. They've already tied their record for home runs in a season at 36, only 1 more to take sole first over the 2022 team.
And what's impressive about that, not just the 2022 team, but there's been some pretty good teams that have come through here that have had a lot of power over the years. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Jeffries has yet to make his move down at first base as you get a good look at home plate, and they're going to keep an eye on Jeffries for sure.
This is going to be such a big factor today. If teams can command the stolen base game, that's going to be huge for who comes on top of this doubleheader.
Very little wind today as well. That will not be a factor here at Sadler Stadium as that pitch is low and outside. Count even at 2 balls, 2 strikes. Outfield straight away and at normal depth. See if Jeffries will make a move right here. Takes that a little extra step. There he goes, and a foul ball as they were ready to hit and run.
Yeah, and this is going to be really interesting because for Transylvania, they have a freshman behind the plate. He had 2 errors yesterday. I know one of them was a throwing error at third base. He's only caught 2 runners this season on 37 attempts. That's 35 stolen bases attempted on the catcher, Peter Monaco.
Pitch a little high and inside. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Yesterday, Earlham, as we mentioned, they were in Anderson. They won that first game 7-4. They trailed 4-1. And then scored 5 in the top of the 4th inning. Take that back full count, so the 3-2 pitch popped him up. This could be trouble here. The second baseman makes the Cats throw to first, and they'll get the double play. They had Jeffries in no man's land as he located the baseball a little bit late, so that takes a runner off base and 2 away.
Yeah, you run the risk every time you do that with a late count as well. A lot of pickoff attempts. You can see that Craig is keeping an eye on him, and he's able to work around the leadoff base runner here.
Mitchell Rother will step to the plate, and a big right-handed hitter takes the first pitch in there for a strike. You talk about a home run guy. This guy right here, 7 home runs this year, has driven in 32. Venture to say this is our first time seeing the Quakers. They may pitch around him a lot.
He's been used to it. Leads the team in walks this season. He's been drawing excellent at-bats.
It's this one well down the line. Looks like it's going to stay fair, and it will. It's going to be extra bases. Rother will head to second, and they'll keep him there with a stand-up double.
If you're Transylvania, you are really happy for that pop-up double play right there because Jeffrey's plenty of speed. He can score easily from first on that ball.
That'll bring up now Jackson McFarland. He's hitting at .319. Another guy that can hit the long ball. 8 home runs and 25 runs driven in.
Yeah, this is the spot in the order that's so scary for opposing pitchers. 3 guys in a row who have so much power. Rother, McFarland, and Rosado. It's a gauntlet trying to get through this part of the order, and teams have really struggled.
And McFarland, being a left-hander, certainly has an advantage against the right-hander Craig as the pitch a called strike. Opportunity here for Earlham to jump out in front here in the bottom half of inning number 1. Craig's pitch on the way, hit foul.
Yeah, 2 really big, powerful lefties in the lineup. Makes you think twice about parking on that street in right field.
We didn't mind that Nick parked his car out there beyond the Maroon Monster. He's got so much money, he'll just buy another car. Here's the stretch. And the 0-2 pitch, it's outside, ball 1. I'm sure that Earlham would love, after falling behind both games yesterday, to get a little lead early. Not have to come back and try to win those 2 games, though. They really did a great job making a comeback in game number 2 and made it very interesting. That one hit back up the middle. Let's see if they'll try to score. The runner from second, and the center fielder, Dillon, misplays the baseball, and the Quakers lead it 1-0. Rother will score the game's first run, and McFarland will stand down at second base. He'll get a base hit and an error on the center fielder, Dillon.
Yeah, it almost looked like Dillon was, before he fielded the ground ball, was looking up, watching to see if the runner was making the turn, and just took his eyes off the ball. The glove came up, and it went right through his down glove, and perfect opportunity for the Quakers to try to plate some more with another runner in scoring position.
And of course, another dangerous left-hander in Noah Rosado, hitting at .259, 4 home runs and 14 runs driven in. So the mistake in center field costing Transylvania a run. Fly ball. Dillon is there. He'll make the catch, but the Quakers get a run. After 1, they lead it 1-0.
1 run on 3 hits, 1 error, 1 runner left on base. After 1 inning of play, your score.
wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them, and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just
Head to the second inning, 1-0 Quakers, and it'll be Ethan Dillon leading things off. Dillon steps up to the plate, hitting .419. He's one of your leading home run hitters, 9 on the season. He's driven in 33, and another dangerous hitter.
Oh yeah, his power stroke has been unreal as of late.
Well, to give you an idea, yesterday in Game 1, they beat Franklin 11-1. He ended up hitting a home run. He drove in 6. He went 2 for 3 on the day, so he definitely had a great first game. And then, by the way, let's go to Game 2, 3 for 4, and drove in 2 more runs. So Jeffries knows he'll have to be very careful as that pitch misses low, ball 2.
Yeah, when you have your cleanup hitter hit 8 RBIs in a doubleheader, you feel pretty confident about taking both those games.
They got done pretty late last night as that pitch missing inside, and we were tuning into their games as well, and now they left after the game, so you're talking, 3.5, 4 hour bus ride to get here. So I'm sure they probably feel like they didn't get a whole lot of sleep last night. Called strikeout, 3-1. Even just from that standpoint, you feel that Earlham has the advantage today. The 3-1 pitch, chopped over the middle, backhanded by Jeffries. His off-balance throw not in time. That would have been tough for anyone to make that play. Second infield hit we have seen here in the early portion of this game, and that'll bring up now Race Webb.
The first baseman, number 19, Chris Henniger.
So it's actually going to be Hettinger in the number 5 spot for Transy. We do have Race Webb even listed in our official score sheet, so apparently they have made a change. So Hettinger will hit in this spot. He'll bunt at third base side, and a miscommunication between Jeffries and Dick, and he'll bunt his way on, and now runners at first and second.
I did not expect to see Hettinger drop down a bunt. He's a guy hitting over 1,000 OPS, made his name as kind of a power hitter, but that was perfectly placed down the third base line, and now Transylvania, a really good opportunity to not only tie, but take the lead here.
I think that caught everybody off guard, including the third baseman, Dick. So now Max Finn will step to the plate. And he will show a bunt as well as that pitch in there for a strike. So runners at first and second.
This is another one of my keys for Transylvania here today. You know, the top of the order has been so excellent this season. Can you get production from the bottom of your order when those guys are on base?
Stretch by Jeffries. He'll take a look at the runner at second base, squaring to bunt and pulling back in time once again. So now Jeffries a little bit of trouble right here, as the count even at 1 ball and 1 strike. Finn only hitting at .208 on the year. This would be big here for the Pioneers. He'll square to bunt and bunts it foul. Back-to-back infield hits now for the Pioneers. Well, I'm pretty sure that Jeffries knew what a day it could be if he can get through this order, much like when you look on the other side, to get through a lineup that hits as well as Transylvania and Earlham does today. It's going to be work from inning 1 to inning 9 as the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Joe Murphy on deck. He's the designated hitter here this afternoon in game 1. He'll square to bunt again, and the pitch in there for a called third strike. And Finn, the Cardinal sin in baseball is to get caught looking on that third strike. So a big strikeout for Jeffries, and that'll bring up now Joe Murphy.
And now you can set up that double play that would end the inning.
Mentioned Murphy steps to the plate, left-handed hitter. He's not driven in a run yet this season, hitting a .308 in limited action. Get a ground ball here, get out of this half inning. Runner at second takes off, and he'll walk into third. So Ethan Dillon with a stolen base, but still the double play remains intact. Jeffries able to get out of that first inning when he struck out Schubert. The stretch again by Jeffries, and the pitch hit well into right field, base hit. That'll tie the ball game. First run driven in by Joe Murphy on the season. And still runners at first and second with just 1 away.
Yeah, just an excellent job. Not trying to do too much, just puts it over the second baseman's head and gets the base hit. Runner at third will score easily right there. You could see he kind of had a later break, but sure enough, was pretty much a guarantee to score right there.
Nick Pietromonaco will step to the plate. He's a dangerous hitter as well at .327. Tied now at 1 apiece. And Jeffries still hoping to get a double play ground ball, a swing and a miss by Pietromonaco. Could not have asked for a better day, and we'd love to have it warmer, but from a standpoint, just not a cloud really in the sky, a few high ones, and that's it. They'll throw down to second, and they pick off Hedinger, getting too big of a lead and a big out at second base.
Yeah, excellent move by Jeffries right there, and that is just such a reliever on the mound to get that guy out of scoring position. Now you can kind of settle in here and try to get this final out.
So no balls and a strike, 2 away. Murphy with a lead, a very short lead down at first base, and the pitch is outside for a ball. By the way, if anybody that is watching today and you are in the Richmond area, you might want to come out and see this ballpark. It is certainly one of the best in the conference, if not in Division III, as a fly ball down the line will be caught by Wagster, but a run across will head to the bottom of inning number 2. We're tied at 1. So when did they change heading?
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, 1, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble. And this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me, and I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as why I chose Earlham.
while working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working on the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back, and for our student athletes to be able to compete here.
There are 50,000 reasons I came to Earlham, and there's one really big reason. Nope, not that! The world's most complete fossil giant beaver.
The reason why I chose Earlham is because of the small class sizes.
Back here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium, Troy Daragowski along with Jesse Lee. We move now to the bottom of the second inning. It'll be Waxter, Dick, the two hitters leading things off for the Quakers. Craig back out for another inning of work. Each team able to get a run on the board in the early portion of this game. And the first pitch in there for a called strike.
Waxter, a guy with some sneaky power. He's come on as of late. He had 3 home runs this past week, a couple in one game against Wabash on Tuesday.
Ground ball to the shortstop. Alcorn, his throw to first, dug out. Great job there at first base. 1 away. Here's Austin Dick. I don't know about you, but I've never been a big fan of swinging at the first pitch. I want to, especially if it's my first at bat, I want to see what he's got to throw me first.
Yeah, that's been kind of the hitting philosophy for Earlham this season too. Work long counts, try to work the walk, get on base, because Waxter, he's a guy with a lot of speed as well who can definitely steal. Austin Dick is another one of those. He's come on as a redshirt freshman and has been excellent.
There's a called strike, quickly 0-2. Now Earlham they won the championship in 22. And I know that that's a chopper deep in the hole. This is going to be a tough one. No way they're going to get the speedy Dick down the line. So the second time we have seen the Quakers get an infield base hit. And that'll bring up now Dylan Rick. I was about ready to mention a couple of down years for the Quakers in baseball. And now he's got it back on the upswing. And if I'm not mistaken, I think the preseason polls had them like 5th or
7,
6th.
I believe.
Was it 7?
I believe
so
7, yeah.
There weren't a whole lot of believers in the Quakers, were there?
It's a lot like that every year, I feel like. But, you know, these last couple of years, it's been interesting as Rick gets plunked right on the elbow. You hope he's okay.
Yeah, we could hear that up here. So he takes one for the team. Now runners at first and second. But the one thing about Coach Sakositz and his staff, it isn't just him. He'll give a lot of credit to his staff, is they go out and they find players that match what they're trying to do at this school.
For sure. And what I was going to kind of mention, the last couple of years, it's felt like Earlham has been playing kind of keep up with the rest of the league. The last year, you know, each of my years that I've been here, we've had to kind of do some math, if you say. And this year it feels really nice because, you know, going into this doubleheader, instead of deciding, is our season going to end here today, we're deciding, are we going to be first here today?
Right. Fly ball right field. Schubert is there. He'll make the catch. Runner at second. Dick will tag, and he'll slide into third. So now runners at first and third with 2 away. Back to the top of the order, and Sean Jeffries. You know, I always have been such an admirer of Coach Sack because he brings a Division I mentality to the Division III level. Of course, he played at Xavier, and he wants all of his players to kind of feel that as well.
Yeah, you can just feel it with this team. You know, talking with Coach Sack over the phone, that he has a level of expectation with his guys that you just do not see at some of the other programs at this level. And you can also tell that these players just buy in right away, and they all, you know, you can sense they all like each other. They're all together. It's a real family kind of experience here when you come and play here.
And by the way, we talk about facilities, and we'll get to more of that if we get an opportunity here in a moment. There's a swing and a miss. Not only do you see everything you see on camera, but down the right field line is the brand new, or at least brand new to us, the indoor hitting facility, which both baseball and softball use, correct?
I believe so, yes. And I remember when they introduced that, I said to myself, hang on, there's more?
Yeah.
There's more coming?
This will be a two-hopper to the second baseman, And the throw to first, and that'll do it. But the Quakers get a couple of runs on. They get nothing in inning number 2. We're tied at 1.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Back once again here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium. Athletic Director Nick Johnson is behind me, and he's going to be on the air with us. He claims he won't be, but we're going to get him on. So you want to do it right now, Nick Johnson? Oh, okay, next name. See, we do what he says. That's for sure. Brent Alcorn will lead things off, the number 9 hitter, followed by Caden Ford, and then Seita Shiratori. Tied at 1 apiece. Nick is, by the way, has been named the athletic director as of this year, correct?
I believe so, yes. Yeah, it's been excellent to meet him and just kind of interact here. I feel like this year has been the year where I've really got to meet a lot of the people here at Earlham. It's been really awesome, even though I'm up from Muncie, go to Ball State, but yeah, to kind of have a home away from home has been really cool.
By the way, just a little note on Nick Johnson, the Earlham Basketball League, which we participated in 3 times a week. He's one of the biggest cheaters that you'll ever meet. Here's the pitch. This one hit well into right field, and making the catch is McFarland. There's one away. Is he here? Did he hear that?
No, buddy. The left fielder.
He must have left.
Sparks are going to fly next inning.
Well, I'll tell him. He'll know. Here is Caden Ford. You know, I'm hoping that one day I'll hear that the Earlham Basketball League has regained its status. Yeah. That pitch riding inside will catch Ford, so he will head down to first base. Here is Shiratori, who flew out his first time up. Well, you know, the other thing I was mentioning a little bit ago, not just the indoor batting facility, which is just a great plus for the Earlham baseball and softball program, but the softball field is phenomenal as well, and I know that program is very competitive too.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And you can hear it also. When you're leaving here, you can hear the cheers going on over there. It always seems like it's going well over there at softball.
Runner takes off. They should get him right here. The throw down in time, and a great move by Jeffries. And they'll eliminate the base runner in Caden Ford, and that's big right there.
Yeah, he's done that twice now where he gets 2 pickoffs here in only the 3rd inning. And, you know, for Transylvania, that's just a momentum killer. When you get your leadoff guy on who has a ton of speed and you just sacrifice him right there, that's been something that they've struggled with. They steal a lot of bases, but they do get caught quite a bit.
Shiratori steps up now. Base is empty, and Jeffries' first pitch is outside. You can see, though, the footmark of this team of Transylvania, and that is they want to get on base, they want to run, they want to put the pressure on you. Even though they may not get it every time, it certainly makes you think as a pitcher. That cut the outside corner for a strike.
I think these two teams this year really mirror each other in the way they play. Yeah. It's going to be who can kind of play that strategy the best here this afternoon.
Well, and by the time we get to Kokomo, there will be no secrets. It doesn't matter, those teams that get in, they'll know each other very well, as this one is lifted into center field for a base hit. So Shiratori is on. That'll bring up now Calvin Schubert. Schubert struck out to end the first inning. If anybody that is watching and you go to Kokomo and get a chance to see that stadium, and I know we're going to be up there for softball as well, which is a huge plus in that brand new high school facility that they have. I think they put like $30 million into their facility there. That's going to be a great venue to watch the HCAC tournament.
Yeah, I'm really excited to believe, planning to go down there for the first time to watch the tournament this year because of how good Earlham is this season. Going to be really, really fun to see.
And you won't be too far away, being up in Muncie, so it'll be a short drive for you. Well, we'll have to get you on. See, I got you a broadcaster ready to go if you need anybody. You get a dirty look right there. Throw to first, and that one dug out by the first baseman. Great job there. Sometimes that ball skips on this turf.
That's something that Earlham pitchers struggled with yesterday. A lot of pickoffs went into the outfield yesterday, and in Anderson, the foul ground, something I noted first time being at Anderson, the foul ground at Anderson is massive. So those pickoffs, they're a lot more detrimental when you're at Anderson, because here it'll kind of bounce off that bullpen wall, but when you're at Anderson, you can see a guy go from first to third, which we did see a couple of times.
Well, and early in Sackasitz's career, they played at McBride Stadium, and those foul lines are massive too, so he was pretty used to what was happening there, and then coming here, it's not quite the same, but so many more advantages to Sadler Stadium with the turf. If they get rain, they don't have to worry about rain in the game out and things like that, so that's just another plus for this program. 2 balls and a strike. Schubert, that huge bat from the right side, and another throw to first. You mentioned earlier, Jeffries has had success early, getting a couple of runners to commit down at first base. Stretch again by Jeffries, and the pitch on the way, and he hit him. Ooh, look out. I tell you what, if I'm the catcher, Rick kind of stepped out behind the batter's box, and you saw Schubert throw his bat. That was pretty close to nailing the catcher, Rick. But now 2-hit batsman in this half inning for Jeffries, and here's Ethan Dillon.
This is not what you wanted to do if you're Jeffries. Bring a guy into scoring position with the power of Dillon coming up to the plate.
You know, we'll go back to, we mentioned pitching earlier, and of course you had to use the arms you used yesterday. Do not, and of course, as you talked about earlier, Coach Sackasitz, you don't want to walk people. We've had games this year we do a lot of games over in Terre Haute, and every time that somebody walks the first couple of hitters, they eventually come back and score runs. You just got to make sure you don't give easy bases up. So Dillon ahead in the count at 1-0. This one hit high in the air in center field. Jimenez is there, the right fielder coming over, and McFarland calls him off and makes the catch. That's going to do it for Transy. We head to the bottom of the third, tied at 1.
After 2.5 innings of play, your score, 0-1, Transylvania.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, one, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble. And this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me, and I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as to why I chose Earlham.
While working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working on the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back.
And at the bottom of the third, as we promised that we tried to get out of it, Nick Johnson, the athletic director here at Earlham College. First off, congratulations on being named the AD. And, you know, you and I go back a long ways, back to when you played football here.
Yeah, long ways.
We were young back then.
We were both very young. Played is such a loose term. I was on the team. But I'm excited, glad to be here. Great day for baseball. Great to see Coach Sack and the gang. And also wonderful to see you. As I was saying earlier on the break, love IndianaSRN, love the work you guys do. It's so tremendous for our league, for our students. This is really special having y'all out here today.
And we're glad to be here for sure. Well, tell me a little bit about your new role as the athletic director.
Well, what do you want to know?
Anything you can tell me.
It is as it sounds. There are athletics at Earlham, and I direct them. And it's a lot of fun. I work with a great group of folks, some tremendous people that care about students, care about their support, care about their success, academically, socially, and obviously athletically. So we have a lot of fun. Have a really great administrative lead team with Coach Sack and Coach Horton, who's our senior women's administrator, associate director, and volleyball coach. They are regular season champs in volleyball, so that's been exciting to see our two successful coaches work with the lead team. And you might remember Allison Franklin, who's our administrative coordinator. We bring along Bill Kinsey, the tremendous Hall of Fame athletic trainer, to really support and give ideas for how we can best serve our students from an athletic standpoint. So it's good. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of work, but it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Jimenez is the first out. As one away here in the third. Nick Johnson, the AD, joining us. We were just, again, the facilities here for baseball are second to none.
Yes,
and I know that you have to feel very fortunate, especially with Randall Sadler being a part of that as well, but just an amazing place.
It is amazing. It's so the three things I think about is, one, what a great opportunity for our students and what an awesome blessing this is to be able to recruit to, coach to, play into. And we're just so grateful for, you know, Randy Sadler and his tremendous support and gifts and intellect behind developing all this out and really helping our institution, our program become premier in this area. What a great benefit for baseball, softball, just student athletes. We do have the Taj Mahal, and it's so much fun to come out here and cheer and support and see them work and train. These students work tirelessly in both sports to improve and get better, and I think you see that when you take a look at, you know, their records, their accomplishments, and the effort that they put into. So really proud of all this. Couldn't say thank you enough to Randy as an administrator, as an alum, as a friend of the program, just somebody that's closely connected to Earlham athletics. Man, we really appreciate him. What a blessing.
No doubt about that, and that's why, as you see Mitchell Rother at the plate, that's why you see players want to come and play for the Quakers.
You know, it's the whole ambiance, right? Like, this is the front door, so to speak, for baseball recruitment. They walk out here, they see this, they're amazed, and then they meet the coaching staff, and they're even more intrigued by someone they know that's going to drive them, challenge them, you know, enable them to become the best versions of themselves as players, as people. Couldn't ask for anything more in the program. We have all the tools to make it happen. We just now got to get a couple more hits.
Yeah. Well, what is your vision then? What do you want to see happen in Earlham athletics? Let's say even take us down 5 years.
You know, 5 years from now, I want to see thriving rosters and competitive programs. It's our goal that at least once in 4 years, every team will compete for a conference championship. And that's going to take a lot of effort in recruitment and retention. We want to see 100% graduation. Now, does everybody get that in today's landscape with the portal? Probably not.
Yeah.
We want to get as high and as close as possible. We want to maintain a 3.0 GPA and above, which we're doing right now with student athletes. We're well ahead of that at Earlham. And we want to ensure that these students are getting the best experience possible. And some of that's going to take, you know, ownership on our part as an Earlham leadership team and administration to make sure that happens. We've got to be trying to stay ahead of the curve. You know, it's an arms race at this level. And a lot of my work is petitioning the people above me to consider getting involved in that, saying, hey, don't let Randall Sadler Stadium and Melissa and Randy Sadler's gifts to this whole complex be the end of it.
Right.
What else can we be doing? What other sports do we need to be considering that the NCAA has now adopted? What other opportunities do we need to create to ensure that student athletes at Earlham College have the best, brightest, and most capable chances they can be to be the best version of themselves and enjoy this? And what a glorious thing. You know, you and I have talked about it in the past. College sports is a beautiful thing, even at our level, and we want to make sure our students are getting the most out of it.
Well, it's called third strike there on Jackson McFarland. Nick Johnson, we're going to stay here for this. I got to ask you, again, the landscape of college has changed over the years. You mentioned you got the transfer portal, you got all that going on. How much does that affect the Division III level, and how much does it affect Earlham College?
So Division III, I can't wholly speak. I know that we were having a ton of conversations about it at the conference level, and mentioning to folks about that from an NCAA standpoint. Earlham College, you know, it affects some sports more than others. There are some sports teams where it's going to be an issue. There's some where it's not even going to be noticeable. And so we just try to stay ahead of it. We try to have conversations and open conversations with our student athletes about their plans and their goals and what they envision for themselves as student athletes, as well as coaching staffs, to ensure that kids have as much information as possible. Young people. They're all kids to us, right?
That's right.
That young people have as much information as possible as they're making the best decisions about their future. But you know as well as I do, we want to recruit, we want to retain, and we want to win with the students that we've invited to that opportunity. And I've said it a long time, winning is a product of doing things the right way, and that takes the students really holistically investigating the opportunity for perpetuity and matriculating all the way through, and it takes us as coaches and staff to provide them with access to the things and means that they need to be successful. So,
you've been around Coach Sack a long time.
Too long. Too long.
We're going to go back to some of the days that you and I played basketball.
Oh, I heard this comment about me
cheating.
cheating.
Well, we got some details on that in a minute. But how does Sack do it? And he's been doing it over 300 wins. He's been able to do all of this from scratch. How does he do it?
So he's got a really unique blueprint, and I wish that there was a magic bullet or a special spell that he utilizes, but you'll see the incantation written all over this place: earned, not given. Right. And he simply owes it to everyone around him, and I use that as an acronym when I speak to our department, OWE, to outwork everyone. And his effort, his character, his attempts are all the highest caliber ethic and workload. And he just works hard. He just outworks his opponents. He outworks his teammates. He outworks his colleagues. He outworks me if you ever catch us in the weight room. So he just is a tremendous worker and so passionate about the level of work that he's providing and cares about students. It's more than just wins. And he knows that if they want to win, they've got to work for it.
Well, this one hit deep into right field as Hediger got McFarland turned around, and he'll go in for a stand-up double to lead things off here in the fourth inning. So Transylvania off to a good start. That'll bring up Max Finn. The one thing about it, he surrounds himself with really good coaches too.
Yeah.
And you see them when they're ready to move on to the next level or wherever they go, they become successful there too.
Yeah, if you're talking about our good friend Mike, who's done an outstanding job at Willamette. Yeah, so that whole piece of surrounding himself with good coaches, a lot of folks could say it's easy to get great assistants when you're winning.
Right.
But people don't realize the cultivation and the work that Coach Sack has put into his previous assistants, even before the program was as tremendous as it is. And you're exactly right. He interviews and vets and finds good character people that care about students, care about baseball, care about doing things the right way, and they just work at it. And so proud of he's one of the coaches that when they're interviewing or bringing someone in, I rarely have a question about who the individual is and why they've been invited into the opportunity, because he always finds high character, quality people that are willing to work with our kids.
I'm glad you brought that up, because you and your relationship with Coach Sack is very special, but now you're his boss, but I know that relationship is there's so much respect between the both of you.
So I'm nobody's boss, Troy. You know my
credo.
Boss, get out of here. You know my credo. Nobody works for me. Everybody works with me to ensure that our student athletes have the best opportunities possible. that's a good job right there by the Quake. And so we want to keep that motto going, and we work well together as a team in understanding our roles and our capabilities and our responsibilities to ensure the best experience for these students. So I couldn't be blessed to have a better group of people to work with. And you know, our vice president that I report to, Benita Washington Lacey, has had a great vision for student life and athletics and this experience, and it's just been so wonderful to come alongside her with the team that I have to really build this out for kids.
Joe Murphy steps to the plate, one away with Henniger down at third. I'm going to see if I can maybe not be controversial, but I want to know if, because a lot of times at many Division III schools, the equality of getting the interest in athletics, in academics, sometimes doesn't always balance out. What are you guys trying to do to make sure, listen, I would imagine that a great majority of your students are student athletes.
Yes, yeah, we have a good percentage of the students here are student athletes, and that's really great. I think that's indicative of a cultural change at Earlham College that's very important, right? One of the things that we talk about all the time is we want our students to exist in multiple dimensions, and it's really a three-dimensionality process. It's a pop line for an album. They're student, athletes, and campus citizens, and in that order, really specifically. And so you'll see a team out right now that has one of the highest GPAs of any affinity group on our campus that's on this field today. How are you ranked number 1 in the league, have the highest GPA on campus of an affinity group, and are doing tremendous things in the community with Walk a Mile in Their Shoes, some of the other service learning projects that they do? These students are encompassing all the things that Earlham prizes to be about and aspires to be. And I think that's just our community, that's our people. And so whether a student is in the orchestra, they're on the baseball team, they run track and field, or they just are into art, whatever they're into, we want our students in any space to exist in those three dimensions. And athletics, we're thriving in that possibility right now.
All right, before I let you go, the old Earlham Basketball League, you and I were Hall of Famers. You and I are the last two standing.
You're a Hall of Famer. I was, I think, an honorable mention Community Service Award recipient. They had the Special Needs Day, and I got to play. So
you did great, though. Would you like to maybe talk about that comment I made earlier about?
I want to talk about this real quick.
Go
so
ahead.
First of all, you can't say that I cheated because you know I never made a shot. That's the first thing. Secondly, you're the one individual, and I'd love to credit my late wife for this, but I can't, as tremendous a coach as she was. You're the one individual that took the time to teach me how to shoot a basketball at that point in 22 years of my life. So if I did anything wrong, it's because of you.
Okay.
But we had a lot of fun running up and down with Pat Thomas and John Ross and John Myers and the gang. And we had a great – I still miss it. I'm not athletic enough to even dream about it, but that was a fun way to get people from in and around our community involved. And maybe someday these younger coaches will reignite doing hoops, but I really appreciate you and being our voice and cheering us on, and then coming in and just lighting us up with the threes doing hoops. So that was always a fun time with you.
Swing and a miss, and that'll do it for the half inning. Nick Johnson, thank you, sir. Good
Always
to see
a pleasure,
you again.
my brother. Good talking with you.
Athletic director here at Earlham. That'll do it. A runner left on third here in the fourth. We're tied at 1.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Right now, 1-1 ball game, and I'll tell you what, Jesse, I was expecting maybe a few more runs, but so far it hasn't happened.
Yeah, both these pitchers are doing an excellent job. That last inning, Kyle Jeffries pitching out of danger, a leadoff double. Runner gets on third on a sacrifice bunt right after. and he's able to work around the danger, strike out Peter Monaco. That was an excellent job by Jeffries, and Henry Craig today has been awesome as well. 3 innings so far. He's allowed 4 hits, but only 1 run, and the key with both of these pitchers, no walks allowed yet.
Wow. Yeah, that's big. It'll be Rosado to lead things off. Rosado 0 for 1 today, hitting a .253, 4 home runs and 14 runs driven in. It was great to have Nick Johnson with us. I know he's going to be an excellent athletic director, and hopefully they can hold him around for the next 25, 30 years and let him really build this program, not just this program, but the entire athletic program as well.
Yeah, definitely. Really hoping to see those basketball teams get elevated to a new level. And you can see those building blocks in place. Coach Cavaco in his first year, you could see the recruiting class that he brought in. He's trying to set that kind of culture. I really do think that there is a bright future for basketball here.
That's hit well foul. Rosado flew out to center field his first time up. Well, everybody that's watching at home, you can see the baseball field itself, but every once in a while you can see the other facilities. So if you're ever considering playing baseball at the collegiate level, I certainly would encourage you to come talk to Coach Sack, his coaching staff. I know a couple of the assistant coaches. I spent a couple of summers with one of the coaches. I won't mention his name because, you know, he can be shady sometimes in those buses. But he's a card player, and he'll take your money. Fly ball into left field. There is Ford to make the catch, 1 away, but it was good to see him as well. But again, if you're looking for the combination of not only the athletic side of baseball, but as he mentioned, I mean, you got a GPA of over 3 on a baseball team. Not saying baseball players aren't smart, but to get the whole team that way is almost unheard of. Noah Wagster steps to the plate. Low scoring affair as we play here in the 4th inning. And the pitch is up high. Well, there's no doubt both these teams will be in Kokomo. It's just a matter of who may be 1 or number 2. There's a line drive into right field, and Schubert makes the catch. 2 quick outs here in the 4th. Now, there's no doubt about it that there are a couple of teams in 3rd and 4th right now that are certainly eyeing, at least hoping to maybe get to that number 2 spot as Austin Dick steps to the plate.
Yeah, people are really focusing on this 1-2 matchup, but that middle part of the standings, it's packed right now. It's going to be really interesting to see how that shakes up here in the final couple weeks.
Pitch low and inside. One thing about when you go to Kokomo, it just is it's a long couple of first days. But it's such a fun event by the time you get to Friday and everybody's jockeying for position, and you think about the coaches having to find the right arms and the matchups and all that. It just really is a fun time. Here's the pitch on the way, high and outside. But I just love the idea. You got all these excellent baseball coaches coming into one place and the strategies that they need to use, and they certainly don't get paid enough money to do some of the things they got to do to win that tournament, as that pitch is called strike. And again, too, we're going to talk with Dalton Carter, who was part of that 2017 championship team, and he's in business as well up there in Kokomo and at Westfield, and we're going to talk with him as that's a walk to Austin Dick. So we'll talk to him and talk a little bit about what he's doing now. And I know he stays in contact with a lot of his former teammates. Here's Dylan Rick, who was hit by a pitch back in the 2nd inning. So it was one thing about baseball at the collegiate pro level is these guys just have such a great relationship, and it stays that way over the years. Runner takes off, throw down to second, not in time, and a stolen base by Austin Dick, and now the Quakers have a runner in scoring position here in the 4th.
It's exactly how Earlham wants to play this game. Austin Dick, a guy who has been excellent at stealing bases this season, now in scoring position. And Dylan Rick, he has extra base power. Pretty much half of his hits go for extra bases this season.
Craig will come set, and the pitch. Breaking ball stays inside. That'll even the count at 1-1. We all really kind of look back to yesterday and the 2 games that were played, or the 4 games in the 2 locations, and you just can't say, well, maybe nothing will happen the rest of the way, because these 2 teams are just so good at scoring runs. It kind of holds your breath. If you're an opposing coach in either bench, just wondering if one of these 2 teams will break out here pretty quick, and it might be something as simple as that stolen base you saw a moment ago by Austin Dick. The 2-1 pitch, big count and a miss. So Dillon now even at a count of 2-2 with 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Earlham as a team came into this first game hitting .295. Transylvania, as you mentioned early, hitting at .323. And pitches outside. Earlham averages just under 9 runs per game. And yet you look at that scoreboard and we're 1-1. Just baseball can be a very different game. Runner takes off, swing and a miss, and that'll do it for the Quakers here in the 4th. We're tied at 1.
No errors, 1 runner left on base. After 4 innings of play, your score, Earl 1, Transylvania 1.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt. Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
As we head now to the 5th inning. By the way, the longtime public address voice of the Quakers, Brian Cox, is here again today. You know, he is running double duty now, because not only does he run the press box, he makes his wife work down in the concession stand. See, he's running a taut ship here for sure. You know, anytime that I'm curious about, we'll tune in and see how the Quakers are doing in basketball and in baseball. I see if he's working. The guy never takes a day off.
He does not.
Yeah. But when you make that kind of money, you can't afford to take a day off. I know, and I've said this before, that if I had Brian's money, I'd throw mine away. Alcorn is 0 for 1. I noticed that he got the plush parking spot. You and I and everybody else in the staff had to park way out there in left field. Ran uptown. Right. 1 ball, no strikes now to Brenton Alcorn. Kind of at the stage now, we're at bottom of the, should say top of the 5th inning. We're kind of curious who's going to break out first.
Yeah, this is where you're about to see 3rd time through the order. This is where typically the offense starts to pick up, so it's going to be interesting here for both teams going on.
That one hit to the right side. Jeffries, of course, the way that his natural motion came off the pitching mound, he was able to snag that one, and there's 1 away. Here's Caden Ford. By the way, for Jesse Lee, our color analyst today, you are a student at Ball State, and you are in which category of communications?
Media, sports reporting in specific.
Okay.
I've also been doing some sports journalism, which has been really fun, just trying to get my hand in some extra things.
Gotcha. Pitches inside. You are a sophomore, so you have a couple of more years to go. And hopefully you'll be in the Sports Link program perhaps next year.
Right, yeah, excellent program they have. I'm friends with a lot of the people in that program. I've worked with them. They're really, really fantastic down there at Ball State. They know, like, you know, you have classes with these teachers who have been there for so long, and you just tell that, almost like we've talked about with Earlham being kind of program having tradition, you feel like Ball State with media is just like that. You know, you think of guys like David Letterman.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
It's an excellent school, and you know, being from Muncie just felt like a no-brainer to go to Ball State.
And by the way, Forden hit by a pitch, so there's the second time he's been hit. Seda Shiratori will step to the plate. Well, and Ball State has been known for many, many years having a great program. And so you're in good hands up there. And then when it's all said and done, of course, you being from Muncie, I would have ventured to say you probably want to get into a market like Indianapolis, maybe somewhere else around the country. Modoc, throw it at first, very close. But you're not opposed to leaving the state of Indiana, then, I take it.
No, but it is daunting to think about. I've never really been away from home.
There you go.
That's a problem for future me, right?
That's right. The stretch by Jeffries, throw to first again. Boy, they nearly got Caden Ford. And I think they just called a balk right there on Jeffries. So Ford will be at second base. That is the go-ahead run. And here's Shiratori, a chance to give Transylvania the lead. As you see, Coach Saka sits out to talk with the field umpire to get an explanation of the balk call. Well, we just talked about that a little bit ago. You're looking at maybe a situation that might get Transylvania the lead, and then we might mark that down later and say that was the turning point.
Yeah, it's been very small ball thus far. I feel like, you know, when we look at the end of this first game, it's going to be those minor details that come here in these middle innings.
So now the go-ahead runner gets a lead at second base. This one hit down the right side, and it's going to go foul. And it wasn't fouled by much. That would have easily scored Ford from second base. By the way, I want to remind you that today's broadcast is a copyright production of IndianaSRN and the HCAC, and any use of reproduction or distribution of audio or video without the expressed written permission of IndianaSRN and the HCAC is strictly prohibited. No balls and a strike, one away here in the fifth. Transylvania trying to get on top as they want to get a huge win in this first game. Jeffries, his approach now a little bit different. Really can't worry too much about Ford down at second base and then take your concentration off of Shiratori. This young man right here hitting at .402. Not a power guy, but certainly can drive in runs. He has 18. 2 balls and 1 strike.
Also a former D1 recruit. Spent his freshman year at Mercyhurst. Did not play, but it's been excellent this year.
Here is Jeffries, the throw, and he threw it wide at third. Ford will score the go-ahead run. And Shiratori down to second base, and the Pioneers now lead at 2-1. And now we'll see Coach Sakasitz come out and talk with Jeffries.
Yeah, he's been excellent at gunning down runners in the base paths today, but just kind of got a little greedy right there trying to take the guy over at third. I think he would have been well advised to just get that out at first, because Shiratori, he has a ton of speed. Yeah. If you can get him out and then 2 outs with a runner on third, try to get the guy out of the plate to end the inning, I think you're in perfect position to do so. But now it's a whole different thing. You're now pitching trailing by 1. Shiratori with plenty of speed is at second, and Transylvania can add on here with only 1 out in the inning.
Well, one thing about Jesse, look back again at, you get the out of Alcorn, and then you hit Ford. And we talked about the walks earlier. Now, it wasn't a walk, but you got a runner on base, and what did it do? It came back to score. And so now Jeffries will have to pitch with a runner at second base, still just one away here in the 5th inning. Here's Calvin Schubert. Now, Schubert was hit by a pitch in the 3rd. I don't think he cared for that too much. He had flung his bat away as he hits this one foul. But the one thing Jeffries has had a little bit of an issue with is the 3-hit batsmen he's had so far here in the first 4 and a 3rd innings. Another big at bat right here for Transylvania. Jeffries will come set. And the runner takes off. The pitch swung on, hit into center field. Shiratori will have to get back to second base. And there's 2 outs, and that's a big out for Jeffries.
Number 21, Ethan.
A huge out for Jeffries. This is the part of the order that is really terrifying to go through with a runner on scoring position. And here, Ethan Dillon, he's a tough out, but if Jeffries can get him, that would be huge for Earlham.
Dillon has a base hit to his credit, a 33 RBI guy coming into this one. Again, those 9 home runs looming big, but well, you just think about some of those numbers at 419. Got to be really careful here. The good news is you have righty against righty as the pitch is high and inside.
But Jeffries, he's been really good about not allowing home runs. Only 1 home run he's allowed this season in just over 40 innings pitched.
See if Shiratori tries to get down to 3rd. He is again a stolen base threat. But again, with a bat like Dillon at the plate, you kind of hate to get him thrown out down at 3rd if you got an RBI guy like this. Chance to give your team a 3-1 lead. We had mentioned earlier about this Transy team, and again, they scored yesterday 32 runs in their doubleheader sweep against Franklin at home. The 1-1 pitch hit down the line, and that'll drift out of play. Team that averages 9 runs per game, and if I'm not mistaken, you might have mentioned it earlier about how many games they have had double-digit runs this year.
Right, yeah, double-digit runs. I mentioned it with Transylvania. 6 of their last 8 have been in double digits, but Earlham's been doing that too. They had a series against Berea where they scored 40 runs.
Yeah, exactly. Popped up, shallow center. Jimenez coming in. He'll squeeze that one for the final out, but Transy gets the go-ahead run. They lead it 2-1.
1 runner left on base. After 4.5 innings of play, your score: Earlham 1, Transylvania 2.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Sadler Stadium. We always have conversations during the breaks. You know, we don't want to be, too stuffy and bored. It'll be Barnett to lead things off as we go 9-1-2 for the Quakers. So far, Earlham unable to get their offense going as Barnett 0 for 1. He flew out in the 2nd inning. Still hitting at .354, no home runs and 13 runs driven in. By the Quakers, when they lost that second game to Anderson, it snapped their 9-game winning streak. Well, they were really rolling, weren't they?
Yeah, and it snapped another streak as well. I'll tell you about it after this fly ball.
Schubert is there, will make the catch, 1 away.
For Earlham this season, I've mentioned a couple times how good the bullpen has been, but exactly how this bullpen has been good. When entering the 7th inning or later with a lead, this bullpen has not relinquished it all year until yesterday in Game 2 when they allowed a solo home run in the bottom of the 8th inning. So when you can get a good start from Jeffries and then get to this bullpen with a lead, it does so much for this team. It's pretty much every time that they'll be able to shut it down.
Well, that pitch riding in on the hands of Jeffries as he swings and misses. Jeffries 1 for 2, hitting at .280. Little sidearm action as he pitches outside. That'll even the count of 1 ball, 1 strike. That one hit into the gap, and that'll be a base hit. So Jeffries, the 1-out single, and that'll bring up now Jonathan Jimenez. We'll see if they can get something going right here.
When Jeffries singled back in the first inning, he tried to steal second, ended up thrown out on a pop-up. We'll see if he goes off here and tries to give this middle part of the order for the Quakers some opportunities with a runner in scoring position.
Craig working here in the 5th inning. Each team now with 5 base hits. But it has really been a mistake here and there that has made the difference. The throwing error in the last half inning by Jeffries, giving Transylvania the 2-1 lead. Runner takes off at first. The pitch in there for a strike. Throw down is not in time, and it's a stolen base, as Sean Jeffries will put the Quakers in scoring position here in the bottom of the 5th inning.
And there's a key right there for Earlham. Yesterday in Game 1 when they won, they stole 8 bases. In Game 2, 0 steals. When they steal, they win.
So Jeffries has a chance to tie this ball game. Talk about, you get an opportunity. Now the Quakers look at the rest of their schedule and kind of break it down a little bit. I know they still have some tough games coming up. Of course, this Transylvania team as well, we're well under the double-digit number. That one hit back to the pitcher, Craig, and he will have Jeffries in a pickle down between 2nd and 3rd, and once the tag is laid on and they cannot advance the runner, Jimenez will have to stay at first, and that'll do it for Jeffries. And boy, that's a tough mistake right there for Jeffries.
Yeah, base running mistakes in both times that Jeffries been on, and Quakers really give up a huge opportunity with your best hitter coming up now.
So Rother steps to the plate, had a double back in the first inning. Struck out in the 3rd, but that wipes away the tying run down at second base. But Jimenez also can be a stolen base threat down at first. You know, baseball, when you see all these games, and we get all excited about the home runs and such, but boy, it's the little things that can hurt you. Whether it be a base running error, whether we talk about the hit batsman earlier, the walks, things like that, that a lot of times you don't see too much in the box score. But boy, when you start looking back at some of these games, it can be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, and it was an error in the top of this inning that gave Transylvania the lead, so that could very well decide this one.
Runner again takes off, pitches high, throw down, and not in time. So Jimenez with the stolen base, and they're going to run apparently on this catcher anytime they possibly can.
Yeah, mentioned earlier, he's only gotten 2 runners caught stealing. Freshman behind the plate, Peter Monaco.
Well, he didn't have a great pitch to handle. You saw the replay right there. Pitch was a little high out of the strike zone. That pitch is low.
But he has done a really good job of blocking. Hasn't let anything get by him, and that's another area where Earlham really likes to advance on those wild pitches.
2 balls and no strikes. Rother back in, and the pitch on the way is fouled off.
This is a big doubleheader here for Mitchell Rother. He went 0 for 9 yesterday in both games against Anderson. It's the first time that he went hitless in back-to-back games this season, so it's going to be really big for him to bounce back. He doubled earlier here today, but a chance to tie the game.
The stretch and the 2-1 pitch. Hit well, base hit, left field. Will they score Jimenez? The throw by Ford to the plate, not in time, and we're tied at 2 apiece. So Rother with the RBI base hit ties this game at 2 apiece. And here's Jackson McFarland.
Boy, going back to that play, that throw was a good one. If it was just a bit more on line, that would have been in time for the outfield assist and a huge out. But Quakers get the run back, and now Jackson McFarland, he has a ton of power as well.
McFarland caught looking his last time up. So the Quakers get the offense going here in the 5th inning. Boy, but how big it might have been if Jeffries doesn't get caught in the rundown. They have had another run on the board. Craig's 1-0 pitch is outside.
And you mentioned it, it's deja vu. Sean Jeffries, he was picked off in the 1st inning, and Rother doubled in what would have scored Jeffries. So that's a couple of runs that the Earlham Quakers do not have.
Short lead at first base as that pitch is low. Craig needs a strike right here. Make sure you don't get runners at first and second. You have Rosado on deck, and it's going to be that way. Rosado may be 0 for 2 today, but a guy again who has power and now will have a visit to the mound.
Yeah, he's made contact to the outfield both times today, so he's been able to piece up the pitcher in Craig, and it's his 3rd time hitting him here today.
Well, the other question is now, you certainly want to save your bullpen as much as you can for game 2 if you need him. They'd love Craig to go the distance, I'm sure, but then how much patience do you have with him, because he really can't afford to make up another mistake here.
Definitely. This is going to be, for sure, the biggest batter for Craig here today, because Transylvania, they're already light. You know, we mentioned they've used a few of their really good pitchers in that series against Franklin, so they're already coming in. You know, I'm not sure who they're starting in game 2, honestly, because that's 3 guys who have made starts for them this season, and here with Craig as well. So it's going to be interesting how they go about this.
Well, first pitch in there for a called strike. It was a very short meeting with Craig in the infield. One thing they might have done is make sure you know where you're going to go with the baseball as the infield is playing behind the runners. Pitch low and outside. They just don't want to make the same mistake that the Quakers did earlier and maybe have a play at a base and nobody's there. They feel at least a little bit fortunate just to give up 1 run in this half inning as that pitch is outside. But the one thing you can't do is pitch behind these hitters. There's no activity yet in the Transylvania bullpen, but it may happen pretty quick if Craig can't get it out here. Hit high in the air to left field. Ford going back on it, and he will make the catch, and that'll do it for the Quakers here in the 5th. They get a run. We're tied at 2 apiece.
No errors, 2 runners left on base. After 5 innings of play, your score, Earlham 2, Transylvania 2.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Tied at 2 as we're back here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium, and Dalton Carter is a familiar name. You may remember back in 2017, 9 years ago.
It's been a while.
That was a championship team, and we all celebrated and had a great time, and you're back, and your role has changed in the last 9 years. What are you doing now?
So right now I work for bullpen tournaments and bullpen ventures, so I am in a kind of a dual role where I am the Director of Operations for Championship Park in Kokomo, Indiana, and I'm also Director of Operations for Kokomo Municipal Stadium, which will host the HCAC tournament here in a couple weeks. So, and then we also have a new summer team, college summer team that's going to play in the Prospect League this summer. That is the Kokomo Creek Jubs, so I'm the assistant GM for that as well.
Wow. So you never get any time off is what you're saying.
Today's my day off, and I decided to come watch some baseball today. So can't get enough of watching some good baseball. So I was happy. I was kind of happy it got moved from Saturday to Monday, and I was able to take my day off and come over to Richmond and watch some good baseball.
So how did you get involved in all the things you're involved in?
So once I graduated, I got into travel baseball coaching and stuff, and from there, through coaching and stuff, I was just made connections, and through my connections, I was able to start my role 3 years ago with bullpen, and from there on, now I'm in this role. So yeah, it's all about. They don't lie when they say it's all about connections and stuff like that.
It is, yeah. It's who you know, right?
Exactly.
And by the way, the double there by Max Finn. And now Transylvania has a chance to regain the lead as you see Joe Murphy stepping to the plate. So you're involved, summer baseball coming, you're doing a lot in Westfield, and so you're back and forth, and then again your connections over here. What do you expect in the summer with that new baseball program now up in Kokomo?
My summer's going to be jam-packed. June and July with us running events both at Grand Park and Championship Park. I'm going to try to take some time off, but I'm going to be working a lot. So, but we're super excited to bring baseball back to Kokomo. We got a very good group of players that are coming to play for us, and a lot of Indiana, field to that roster. So we're super excited to get going here in about a month, and then. I know that the city of Kokomo is excited to have baseball back this summer for sure.
Yeah, I know they were disappointed when they lost their other team and how that all transpired, but they got to be just chomping at the bit.
For sure. No, yeah, we're doing really well on season tickets and stuff, and our host families is a really big thing for us. With when we have players that are coming from out of town, they need a place to stay, and I think we're pretty well set for the summer on host families and stuff. So it just shows that the city of Kokomo and the surrounding areas are excited to have baseball back.
Yeah, no doubt about it. By the way, infield in with runners at second and third and one away. Monaco at the plate tried to give Transylvania the lead here in the top of the sixth inning. Now the other part of your job, and again, you're about a month away from the start of the baseball season in Kokomo, but talk about what you're doing and what does that transpire? What does that mean in Westfield?
So I'm not in Westfield anymore, but I am. Championship Park is I would say a premier off-site of Grand Park in Westfield. So my role with bullpen tournaments is I'm Director of Operations for Championship Park. So any event that we run, so baseball or softball tournaments, I am in charge of the facility at Championship Park. So this past weekend, obviously my weekends are fully booked with, you know, with tournaments and stuff going on. So, like this weekend we were.
Boy, he sent him. Now that wasn't a smart move there, was it?
That was not. That was not. We've had I think the last inning we've had a couple base running miscues, but you know, it's a tight ball game. You know, it's intense and stuff. So, you know, mental mistakes can happen during that. So, but like this past weekend we had over 250 teams.
Wow.
Between our baseball and softball tournaments between the two parks. So we'll start to now that spring breaks are over and stuff, we'll start to kind of hit that mark around 250 teams in the spring, and then once the summer hits, you're looking at 400 to 450 teams throughout the week coming to our events. Yeah.
Well, you have to have quite a big staff to do that, don't
we
you?
We do. Grand Park alone has about 6 full-time people that run the operations just for the baseball and softball side, and then we obviously have a plethora of part-time workers that work for us.
Yeah.
And then Championship Park, it's a smaller park, you know, only 8 fields compared to the 26 fields at Grand Park.
Yeah.
So I'm in charge, and then I have somebody that's under me that helps me out a lot too. So
when you left Earlham, and then we'll talk a little bit about what Earlham meant to you, did you expect to be doing what you're doing right now?
Kind of. I knew I wanted to be in the baseball world. I just didn't think I would be in the role that I am currently.
Right.
I thought I was going to get into coaching more, and I did right off the jump. And I coached for about 5 years, and then, you know, just opportunities and stuff like that. You know, you got to pay the bills too.
Yeah.
So I wanted to see what it was like to be on the other side of like operating and events and stuff like that. So I'm super grateful for, you know, the opportunity that, you know, actually a former Anderson Raven, Michael Tucker, is my boss.
Okay.
I don't know if you ever covered any games when he was at Anderson, but yeah, no, he's my boss. So the opportunity that he gave me, you know, about 3.5 years ago was the best opportunity that I've gotten so far in my life. So,
well, as you said, connections are big, aren't they?
Exactly.
Just fine, and of course that also leads in. When I think about all the teams you're going to bring in, and I'm just trying to get my mind wrapped around that, we're talking about all ages of
exactly.
Players.
So we run literally 8U to 18U.
Okay.
Between baseball and softball. Last year, we brought in about over 5,000 teams.
Wow.
To our park. We played almost a little over 13,000 games between Grand Park and Championship Park.
That is crazy.
And then the selective offsites that we use for our events. So,
wow. It just gives you an idea. And the state of Indiana is always known for basketball. We know
for
that.
Sure.
But when you think, and I looked at the high school talent this year, and then you think of all the players that are coming through systems like what you're doing, it's incredible, isn't it?
Indiana's a baseball state.
It is.
As well.
Yeah.
I mean, the talent level here is incredible. I actually help out, do some scouting for Prep Baseball Indiana as well.
Okay.
So I actually, last week, I went up to DeKalb and watched Cody Krumloff coach.
Really?
And watched his team play. So,
no kidding.
So I get to go and, you know, scout and stuff. I really enjoy that. The guy that runs the state of Indiana, his name's Cooper Trinkle. Him and I are super close. We're on a fall baseball team together called the Indiana Fall Stars. So he asked me to help out whenever I can, and you know, I love baseball. Obviously, I'm spending my day off watching the game. So anytime I can go watch some baseball, I'm all game for it.
What does it mean to come back here, and you know what Coach Sack has done in his career, and I'm sure he's been in contact with you a lot, and then you see what they've been able to do. You got to be pretty proud knowing what you were a part of in that championship and the legacy leading on to this.
For sure, I'm super proud of, you know, not only my time here at Earlham, but, you know, being able to be a part of this program as well. I mean, Coach Sack and I are still super close. We talk every now and then, you know, and just super proud of how he's, you know, what he's done with the program and stuff like that. I wouldn't be where I'm at today if it wasn't for him. I hope he knows that, and he knows how much I appreciate, you know, him giving me the opportunity to come and play here.
Yeah.
So.
By the way, I'll let you coach here a little bit. If you've had a couple of runners picked off, what would you say to them when they come back to the dugout?
So that one is obviously, it could have been he was stealing on first move there. So if he's going to steal on first move, he can't hesitate and go.
Yeah,
so.
Exactly. Well, when I'm going to go back to the facilities here, and we talked about the performance lab to our right. You said a little bit ago, if you had that when you'd be living in there.
We would have lived in there.
Yeah.
I know for a fact. I know, Eric Elkis, myself, Cody, Nate, and Howie, we would have probably slept there some nights. So if we had the chance, so that's just another plus that Coach, what Coach Sack has brought to not only the program but the school as well.
Yeah.
So because the softball program is now here, they are able to use that facility, and they've in there. I believe this is their 3rd year in existence, and it's trending like they are possibly going to be in the conference tournament for the 3rd year in a row.
Yeah.
So, and that's another thing. I mean, I know the city of Kokomo is really excited to have both the softball and baseball tournaments coming here in the next couple weeks. So, and I know you've probably been to that stadium. That stadium's incredible.
Yeah, so. I hear it's just crazy. As you see Dylan Ricks strike out. Before I let you go, you keep in contact with Coach Sack, but you mentioned some names from that 2017 team. Do you stay in contact with all those guys?
Oh, for sure. I try to talk to those guys as much as possible. But yeah, as it's trending, it's looking like both of these teams are going to be heading to Kokomo here in a couple weeks. And I'm hopeful that you'll get to see some former Earlham guys that will be down there.
Yeah, no doubt.
Up there as well. So.
Hey, we'll take a timeout. Good to see you again, Dalton.
Thanks for having me, Troy.
All right, thank you. Tied at 2 here at Earlham College.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
That's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Will hit the first pitch, and he lines it out to Jeffries at second, and a very quick out here in the 7th. Welcome back to Sadler Stadium. Well, I'll tell you what, Jesse, the Quakers may look back at that last half inning and kind of ran themselves out of another inning.
Well, I think both of these teams are going to look at this last inning. Earlham obviously did it right there, but that send at third, out by a mile, great play by Jeffries to get that play. That sixth inning is going to come back, and whoever loses this game is going to look at that inning.
Well, Ford tried to bunt his way on. 2 pitches, 2 outs here for Jeffries, and you love that if you're a starting pitcher. And here's Shiratori, and, well, those are about the 2 quickest outs you're going to see anywhere.
Yeah, and going back to Kyle Jeffries, this season, he's just been able to find a way to get out of jams. I don't know how. I don't know if it's magic, but he's just able to get out of these jams. And, again, a 6+ inning start for Kyle Jeffries, trying to go 7 strong for the Quakers, which would be huge for their bullpen in Game 2.
Shiratori steps to the plate, 1 for 3. Well, pitchers and a lot of athletes are kind of like that, kind of thrive on that pressure many times. They may make a mistake, or they're not afraid, though, to throw the ball where it needs to go, and it may not always work out, but boy, they can certainly thrive in a pressure situation. And how about that? That's as quick of an inning as you can get, as they'll go down 1, 2, 3. We head to the bottom of the 7th. We're tied at 2.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Sadler Stadium tied at 2 apiece. Lauren Horton is joining us as well. Another integral part of what is happening at Earlham. How many years you been here now?
About 12.
About 12 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
And by the way, if the name sounds familiar, you used to play at Cecina, but your last name wasn't Horton.
Right, Crump at that point.
I wanted to let everybody know that. And then you come to Earlham, and you play volleyball, and you go to IU East, you play volleyball there. Then you come to Earlham, become the head coach, and now you're a bigwig.
Oh yeah.
And what are you doing now?
Now I am the associate athletic director. I'm also the senior woman administrator, and then have been the head coach for the 12-ish seasons.
Yeah, yeah. Well, congratulations on your new position.
Oh yeah.
I asked Nick about this a little bit for Earlham College, and you see growth. And what do you anticipate needs to happen to continue that growth, and especially maybe on the women's side?
Yeah, well, I think consistent coaching, like people in positions and being consistent there, is definitely going to be, in my opinion, one of the most important pieces of the puzzle. For example, you see Lydia was, an alum of Earlham who coaches the women's soccer team. She's been here for a couple of seasons now, and then, went here as a student athlete. And I think that having that familiarity and having that consistency in the coaching role is big, and they are seeing upward success. And so I think that that's going to be important. Also, winning helps, definitely, and having, a culture of winning, and with Nick Johnson being in, his position with the head athletic director now, having him there and having his passion and energy is going to be, something that coaches can look forward to, and another opportunity for building.
The relationship between yourself as a coach, and it's a little bit different because now when you're an administrator and a coach, and then you have an AD, how does that all work, and what is the magical formula, if there is one, to make all that work?
There is a formula, and I do think that it's built on being peers first. So Steve, Nick, myself, we were all, coaches at one point without any administrative roles. And so, being able to bond and grow through, just building our relationships as coaches. And now that we're all in these administrative roles, there's like that trust account, right?
Yeah.
With all those marbles that we built up over the years before we got to be administrators. And so we can really be real and raw with each other about what's going on, what we need, like how do we need to assess and evaluate what's going on, and then how to move forward. We do a lot of thinking and talking, and we used to do it over working out, but now we just do it, when we have a meeting about it.
Well, Nick complains because he's not working out anymore. That's his fault, though, isn't it?
Right, that is his fault. Now, I still work out, I just don't work out with them.
Yeah, well, if you worked out with a SAC, he'd probably keep you in there about 4 hours. You got things to do, right?
He's in and out now, too.
Oh.
Now we all have kids, so we know that, there is priority and there is time. And I think that, we've both learned how to prioritize and balance that with our seasons and our programs and our teams. And so to see the success that Steve has had, even with, kids and administrative duties, he's doing a great job, as you see in front of you.
Is it easier now to get, with all this stuff going on in college athletics, with all the transfer stuff, and they got the portals? Is it easier to get kids to come to Earlham? Is it easier to get kids to come to the Division III level, or is it about the same because you're out there recruiting all the time?
Yeah, I honestly think that's up to the coach. So Steve will often go into the portal. Matt Brown, our golf coach, he said that something happened in D1 where they minimized their that was a great hit.
Yeah.
That the D1 level, they brought down their number of guys that they can take on the road or something, the roster travel size.
Yeah.
And so they've seen a lot of those D1 guys get into the portal, and he was able to pick up a few. And so,
wow.
Yeah, I think it really is coaching and what the coach wants, their preference, but then also sport by sport. However, I do see a lot of volleyball teams pick up transfers now that you just didn't see before.
Yeah.
I typically don't go into the portal often. I just like high school athletes, and I like having the opportunity to develop them from freshman year on. But I know that our coaches in our department do take a look.
You've now been established not only as the coach, but now as an administrator. What do you see the future at Earlham College? What do you want to see in the next 5 years, for not only for your volleyball program, and I know you won the regular season, and the tournament I know was a disappointment for you, but you've been able to get the type of student athlete here that I know Steve talks about in his program that meets not only what you want as a player, but as a person and character and all that.
Yeah.
What do you see in the future?
Yeah. Well, with Earlham Day coming up on Wednesday, April 22nd, we continue to ask donors to, give and to, show their stewardship through, us being able to, look at this facility and look at the specialized and personalized banners, and we're able to put numbers on those banners, and that's because of the gifts that we receive. But also, that is what's in right now. Students, especially student athletes, they want some of that specialty. They want some of that exposure and notoriety. And so I would say that, when I'm looking at our facility, even indoors, we've done the little stanchions, the enclosures, and we've got the banners on the wall. We actually did some locker room upgrades. And so I do see athletics being, the gateway for enrollment. I do see us, hopefully going all in on athletics. And I would say that you will see a difference in our spaces. You'll see more branding. You'll see more. Hopefully, Earlham will become more recognizable, even in Indy or Cincinnati, or the local areas that maybe we're not so hot in just yet.
All right. So when you mention recruiting-wise, you don't care too much. I don't say you don't care about the portal. It's there, but you like to develop a kid out of high school. Why is that?
I do. I think for me, there's something special about getting an athlete, their first year out of college, and just, I think, for example, my senior class that we had this year, all 5 of them had a starting and or playing role by the time they were seniors. When they were freshmen, I think only one of them earned some starting time, and maybe 2 or 3 had some playing time. So that transformation is important to me as part of my philosophy. I think I just like the 4-year plan rather than the get them in 2 years and get them out. That to me, I don't know. I like being able to have more engagement with them over their 4 years here.
You kind of mold them, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Into not only your personality, but the kind of player you want them to be.
Yeah. I like that challenge too. We have had transfers in the past, and they've done a great job for us. I just know that it's a difficult situation sometimes when they come in, used to a different system, and we've got a new system. We got to get them up to speed real quickly, and I don't know. I just like when there's a little bit more time there.
You were a winner in high school. You were a winner at IUEs, so you know how to win. You're winning here. Yeah. Now you want to take it to the next level. What's that going to take?
Winning takes a lot of losing. I've lost a lot in my career as a coach, and actually one of our seniors a couple of years ago said, we don't lose, we learn, and I like that.
Yeah.
I think you do have some lessons that can be learned in losing, but winning, I do think you need to feel it, and you need to become hungry for it. And and there's so much that goes on before you see what's in front of you, before you see the game day. And I think, you see the shirt that I'm wearing, and for you folks at home, it's do the work is our motto at Earlham Volleyball. And so, you know, we say, do the work, even when people aren't looking, you know, even when it's tough, even when it's not so fun, or maybe maybe you don't love it, is, you know, commit to that. And I think that that will help us to get to that next level, is doing the stuff that's off the court.
Yeah.
Doing the drilling and the exercising and having like a 12-month commitment, and not just the while we're in season or while I'm on campus. I think that's going to be really important for our team, because we've won the regular season title. We've hosted the championship now twice in my 12 years, but we still haven't been to the NCAA tournament. And I think that I mean, I know that that's the next step. We just keep coming real close.
That hunger is still there, right?
Oh, it's so there. Yeah.
Talk about your team. By the way, we're going to have a little bit of a change here in a couple of moments after the double by Ethan Dillon. Talk about the season this year was gratifying, but again, I know you're disappointed you didn't make the NCAA tournament. Talk about what you're doing now recruiting-wise and some of the players you might have in or potentially already in for next year.
Yeah, so let me talk about our next year class first, because we've typically my strategy is recruit all over the country. So as you know, with our roster, I mean, we've gotten girls from Cali, Florida, North Carolina, Washington State. This class is no different. We've got a young lady from Hawaii coming in.
Wow.
Yeah, and then we've got some local girls as well. So I'm still on that like big view when it comes to recruiting. But I think what we've narrowed in on is the stuff that we chatted about just right now, is yes, we want there to be talent, and you've got to have, you know, the standard of talent, but then the other stuff, this other, like the attributes that we're looking for is, are you willing to do the work? Are you willing to, you know, be a good teammate even when it's really tough? We're doing some mental fitness training right now in the off season. That's a big part of our game, especially with how fast our game is and how quickly things can change. And other than tennis, is there another sport that has like winners within the game, so we can win sets and still lose the game?
Right.
Is tennis the only one?
Yeah, there's not many.
Yeah, there's not. And so that can be really tough. Now they have series in baseball, but you know, we can lose one set and win the next three, and you know, so we really have been focusing a lot on our fitness, our mental fitness. So that's a little bit, I guess, of our, you know, incoming class. Those are the things that we look for in the recruiting process now, is you've got the standard of talent that we're looking for. Are you able to, you know, can we develop you? And are you able to keep up with some of this mental stuff that we're looking for? And are you willing to put in that work?
Pitching changes. Hayden Scalf will now throw, the right-hander for the Quakers, as Lauren Horton, the not only volleyball coach, but moving into that role. How many years you've been in the role you're in now?
Like 5 years.
5 years.
I think, yeah. The SWA role, so the Senior Women Administrator, I've been in and out of that. We continue to try to find other female leaders in our department to give that exposure to, but it's back under me again, which I love and
That's
enjoy.
okay.
Yeah.
You know, before I let you go, as that one hit deep into left field, and that'll be a second out and a big out, as you see Dillon tagging and heading to third, tag laid on, and he'll be safe. 2 away. You not only have to have the big concern of your volleyball program, but you have the big concern of all of the women's athletic programs.
Yep.
Do you like that involvement with all the other coaches and what they need?
I really, really do. Something that was instilled early in our department under other administrators was, for example, we called it an LOL, so ladies over lunch.
Okay.
So all of the female coaches and staff members come together at lunchtime a couple times a month and talk about some things, like mostly professional development type of things, but also just life and balance and stuff like that. So I do enjoy leading that program. But then as far as being in charge of, you know, budgets and coaches and some of the NCAA compliance stuff, I do as well. I've really enjoyed that role, and I like working with adults as much as I do the athletes, but you know, working with the adults or the coaches in our program, I enjoy it, and I love learning from them too. I mean, I got to where I was because I learned from Steve. He was my senior coach, you know, so that's how I got as successful as we've been, because I've taken a lot from his book. Way back when.
Way back when.
Yeah,
we
before.
feel a lot older now, don't we?
We do.
All right. Lauren, thank you.
Yep,
Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
All right, we'll take a quick break. 2-2 here at Earlham.
Well, Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them, and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because
Welcome back once again to Randall R. Sadler Stadium as we will move quickly to the bottom of the 8th inning. It'll be Jackson McFarland. We are tied at 2 apiece. Both teams have had plenty of opportunities, but so far no one has broken through to get this 2-2 tie off the board. McFarland swings at the first pitch, hit high in the air. Finn running out of room, and then it pops in and out of his glove and into the bullpen, and I'm sure he's not happy about that.
Yeah, McFarland catches a break with that one, and not to mention also Henry Craig pitching into the 8th inning. That was his 100th pitch, so we'll see if he can get through another full inning. Transylvania, they've had a right-hander up for the last inning or so, so it's going to be interesting to see if he can give his team some more innings out of on this mound, because that's going to be huge for them in Game 2.
This one hit well into center field. Dillon, a few steps back, will squeeze that one for one away, and right now runs are at a premium between the two leading teams in this conference in scoring runs. Here is Noah Rosado, and I want to thank Lauren Horton for joining us here in the last half inning as well. The women's programs and certainly how important they are to this college. Rosado so far 0 for 3 today. They will certainly play him to pull, being a left-handed hitter. The second baseman is very deep in the hole. This one hit high in the air again to shallow center. Dillon is there, and they're, of course, having to battle that high sky, but no problem there for Dillon, and there's quickly 2 away. And here is Wagster.
It's now 11 flyouts that Craig has been able to induce for Quaker batters. It's been excellent for the pitch to contact, 4 strikeouts to go along with it. He's just been so good. It seemed like he's just been getting better as this game goes along.
You know, it makes you wonder a little bit how tired players could be from yesterday. I mean, I know that Transylvania was at home, but then they had to make the road trip here last night, and the Quakers played the doubleheader in Anderson, which is only about an hour away, but still, you probably didn't get a whole lot of rest after that. Pitch is outside.
And I also always wonder the mental side of things. You know, this is such a huge matchup for all the players involved. You know, I'm sure that this is ones that they've had circled on the calendars all season.
Yeah. And again, you had to wait. Generally, we were looking at Saturday, but again, because of all the inclement weather that we expected, of course, it stayed cool, but I'm sure they would have loved to have played Saturday. 2-1 pitches inside, 3 balls and a strike. But as coaches will tell you, there's really no excuses. You've got to come out and play. And no matter what deal is handed to you, as that's fouled off, you've got to perform. And that certainly is what is expected in Earlham at 13-2 in the conference. Just a half-game lead over Transylvania, and you look at Anderson at 9-5, at Earlham at 9-7. They want somebody to stumble big right here. Because they figure if maybe we can't get to that top spot, maybe we can get to the number 2 hole, as that pitch is low, and Wagster a 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Austin Dick. This Quaker team, after today, they will get Manchester, and I know you'll have those games. And then they have that non-conference game against Capital, and then they will finish it out down in Cincinnati against Mount St. Joseph, a team we saw over at Rose-Hulman. Though they have some inconsistencies there for Mount St. Joe, if they get those bats going, they can be tough.
Yeah, both these teams have tough closing series in the conference, you know, because Transylvania, they're going to have to move on here afterwards, and I believe it's Rose-Hulman that they face, a team that's fighting for position as well.
The good news is they will have Rose-Hulman make that long road trip instead of having to go over to Terre Haute. Runner takes off, pitch is swung on, hit down the line, and it's foul. I'll tell you what, Wagster had a great jump, but he also showed a lot of speed right there getting around second base.
Yeah, there's been a couple of those fly balls down the right field line for both teams that, you know, if they fall in foul ground, it's trouble, and it's going to be a much different ball game here today, but it's just stayed foul today, and kind of the mantra here today, teams, they've had opportunities, just haven't been able to capitalize.
So Austin Dick will be back up to the plate. Runner takes off, pitch will hit Austin, and another hit batter. Boy, we've seen a lot of that today, pitchers trying to come inside. But now runners at first and second, and that'll bring up now Dylan Rick. A couple of strikeouts today for Dylan in the number 8 hole. Oh, but he could deliver right here, give the Quakers the lead going into the 9th inning.
Of his 19 hits this season, 9 of them have gone for extra bases. That would be huge right here in this spot.
The stretch and the pitch by Craig in there for a called strike. This all happening with 2 outs here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. Wagster at second base, Dick at first. And the pitch stays inside for a ball.
Craig, he's at 113 pitches, just trying to get some of the last drops of gas out of the tank here to finish off this inning.
Well, that'd be a big plus for them, wouldn't it? Get this young man to go 8 innings. Little blooper to the right side, making the catch. Chiritori, and that'll do it for the Quakers. They leave 2 runners on base. We head to the 9th. We're tied at 2.
Transylvania 2.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Here at Earlham College as we move to the top of the 9th inning. Murphy will lead things off, 1 for 3 today. Couple of changes for the Quakers in right field. Evan Duncan will take over as the pitch is in there for a called strike. And we have a new catcher as well for the Quakers as Tyson Stratton will be behind the plate. Murphy singled back in the first inning. Hayden Scalf back in once again, the right-hander out of Richmond. So far this year, an ERA of 2.95, and the breaking pitch is a called strike.
He was the guy who closed out the save yesterday for the win in Game 1 against Anderson. Has been a starter in the past, transferred into the bullpen.
And it looks like he's accepted that role pretty well. Huh?
He's been so good. I mean, a premier late inning guy, just throws strikeouts, does not walk guys. 25 strikeouts to only 5 walks. Hits have been a bit of an issue at times, but his stuff is so good.
2-2 pitches outside, so Murphy a chance to get on base here in the 9th. The game certainly hasn't turned out the way we anticipated. It's a low-scoring affair for the top 2 teams in this conference. Three-two pitch, swung on and missed, and a good pitch here by Scalf.
Boy, he just blew the heat right past him. Scalf is a guy who has an excellent breaking ball, but really only throws it early in the count. He pitches in reverse a lot of the time. He'll try to nail things. You'll see it right here with the righty coming in. He'll try to land that breaking ball on the inside edge, freeze him, and then blow the heat right past you to strike him out.
Pitch a little bit high. Pedro Monaco so far today 0 for 3. Still hitting at 327. Pops this one straight back foul. One ball and 1 strike. Stays high and inside. Would you anticipate if Transy gets this guy on, they're going to try to get him to second somehow? Not wanting to go to the bottom of the 9th inning, as that's a backhanded play there by Barnett. Throws to first, makes the out, 2 away. Well, we can take that off the board. Here's Alcorn. If you're looking ahead to the bottom of the 9th inning, we're looking at Barnett, Jeffries, and Jimenez. 9, 1, and 2. Little chess game going on here when you look back over the innings and attempted steals and guys getting into rundowns, and just have been an entertaining game from that standpoint. Baseball purists probably love it. They don't care too much for the mistakes that some of the teams have been making today, but still you just love that both teams trying to get that extra effort. I mean, 1 run potentially getting yourself a win in 9 innings instead of extra innings. The 2-1 pitch. Should be an easy play here for Barnett once again. We head to the bottom of the 9th. We're tied at 2.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, 1, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble. And this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me, and I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as why I chose Earlham.
while working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working on the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni.
2-2 as we go to the bottom of the 9th inning, and we have a new pitcher. Jesse, tell us a little bit about the right-hander.
Yeah, Luke Patton, a senior righty, he has been the guy out of the bullpen for Transylvania. Excellent numbers, a 1.80 ERA. He's pitched in 20 innings, 4 saves. That leads the bullpen for Transylvania, but not a save opportunity here today. But the big stat to keep note of, only 3 walks to 16 strikeouts. He is going to fire his pitches all in the zone. Quakers have to be ready to hit.
Well, Barnett will lead things off here in the bottom of the 9th inning, and the first pitch in there for a called strike. Boy, it's important to get this guy on. Barnett 0 for 3. Fouls that one off. And he's quickly behind at 0-2. Boy, and the other thing, we don't want, if you're both these coaches, you're not thinking extra innings. And I know Transylvania love extra innings right now, but the Quakers would love to get this thing over here in the 9th. The 0-2 pitch, blown outside.
I think another thing is both these teams, they want to win this game for their starting pitcher. Both pitchers did so well. You would hate for that guy on the mound for either side to go away with a loss here today.
Yeah, they have certainly have to be happy with the performance of both the starters. Third baseman Finn low throw to first, and they say they got him. A bang bang play at first base. And that'll go to the top of the order now with Sean Jeffries. I'm going to get another look at it right here. Very close. Jeffries today is 2 for 4. Game 2 will be about 30 minutes after the completion of Game 1. Breaking pitch stays inside. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Just missing.
If you're Earlham, you just are trying to get Mitchell Rother up to the plate in this inning.
Yeah, you're talking about the meat of disorder. There's a called strike. Jeffries picked up that infield base hit back in the first inning. He also singled in the 5th. And that one didn't miss by a whole lot. Now 3-1. Jeffries hitting at 280. Hits this one into right center field. That's going to fall in for a base hit. And misplaying it in center field is Dillon for the second time. And sliding in to second base is Sean Jeffries.
That is huge. So aware of the situation. This is a guy who does not walk batters. 3-1, you're most likely going to get something to hit right there because he's not going to let you on first freely. And Jeffries ready to hit, just shoots it up the right center field gap. Perfect job, and now he is the winning run for the Quakers.
Well, Dillon's had a couple of plays out there he's really had a difficult time handling. Jimenez will step to the plate now, the winning run down at second base. The pitch on the way is low and outside.
And don't take away the thought of a bunt here. Jimenez, he's excellent at bunting. We've seen it this season. Could we see that with him ahead in the count?
Well, you love having all that speed down at second base. Jimenez, a .308 hitter. Pitch low and outside. So big to get ahead in the count as a hitter. Anytime you know that the pitcher has to come around the plate, you have a great chance to step in and drive one. Fastball hit to the right side. Second baseman Shiratori will make the play at first, and the runner advances on to third, but now 90 feet away, but 2 away. And here is Mitchell Rother. Yep, they're going to walk him.
Yeah, no chance you're going to face Mitchell Rother in this spot. He is just too good, and with the base open, you're going to take a chance on what looks like a pinch hitter here, Mac Moore.
Interesting. So Mac Moore, 231 on the year. Are you a little surprised by this move?
He's got great speed, a really good defender, but hasn't hit to the average we've seen, and this is because McFarland was actually a defensive replaced by Evan Duncan, so this is the move that Coach Sack is going to make to hit for him.
So Mac Moore. Couple of runs driven in. And the first pitch, swing and fouled off. And he apparently saw a pitch he liked. We're in the bottom of the 9th inning, game 1 of 2 here at Earlham College. Quakers would love to get a win right here. We mentioned they have a half-game lead in the standings. Moore just looking to drive one and get a base hit. Swing and a miss. And now he's down to his final strike, extra innings looming. Runners at first and third. That is Jeffries down at third. Rothers at first base. The pitch on the way is a high fastball. See if Patton will try to overpower Mac Moore. The 1-2 pitch. Moore does a nice job as he's going to hang tight right here. One thing you don't want to do is get caught looking. At least make some contact, at least swing. Jeffries can get a big lead down at third. Finn is playing well behind him. One ball, 2 strikes. The pitch by Moore, and a breaking ball got him swinging. So Moore strikes out. The Quakers leave 2 runners on base here in the bottom of the 9th. We have extras on the way. We're tied at 2.
No errors, 2 runners left on base. After 9 innings of play, your score 2.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt. Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
We go to the 10th inning. Ford will lead things off for the Pioneers, and a new right fielder as Gavin Taylor takes over for the Quakers, and we have extras tied at 2 apiece. Ford today is 0 for 2 as he takes the pitch outside. He's been hit by a pitch twice. Jeffries got him in the 3rd and the 5th innings. Next pitch by Scalf, called strike.
Scalf's been excellent. He set down all 5 he's seen, but that's the bottom 5 of this order. This top 4 for Transylvania is different.
1-1 pitch, called strike 2. So I am sure that if you talk to both these head coaches, the one thing they, again, didn't want to go was extra innings, because now you're starting to use more pitching. Pitches outside. So the strategy changes quite a bit for game 2, depending on how long this one goes. Scalp working quickly as Ford fouls that one off. Earlham trying to pick up their 21st win of the season, as is Transylvania. The pitch upstairs.
This is the first game in extras for the Quakers. Transylvania, they've played 2. They're 1-1.
Ground ball to the second baseman, Jeffries, and there's one away. Both teams right now just struggling to get base runners, and when they do, unable to get them across the plate. Shiratori will step up. 1 for 4, still hitting at .402. Another player again with great speed. They love to get on base. Shows bunt and bunts it to Scalf. Not a good job there by Shiratori. So 2 quick outs, and that'll bring up now Calvin Schubert. Boy, you just got to, if you're going to win baseball games like that, you got to get the bunt down.
Yeah, they've tried to use it a couple of times here, and a couple of times they've been successful, but Earlham's done a really good job defensively of protecting that.
Schubert 0 for 3 today, has a strikeout. That happened back in the 1st inning. He was also hit by pitch in the 3rd. Off the end of the bat, foul. So quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. The number 3 hitter, Calvin Schubert. Schubert, a 27 RBI guy. That one bounces away from the catcher, Stratton. So to 1 ball, 2 strikes. One-two pitch stays up high.
Back-to-back breaking balls. Might see the fastball here by Scalf. Try to blow it right past the hitter. He's done it a couple of times here so far.
The dangerous hitter on deck is Dillon. Is that one in the turf? So we'll go to 3 balls, 2 strikes. And you're talking about Dillon and Hedinger, your next 2 hitters, at .419 and .349. You'd love to get an out right here as that rides inside, and a 2-out walk given up to Schubert. And here's Dillon.
Number 21, Ethan Dillon.
First walk for Hayden Scalf. Ethan Dillon 2 for 4 today. Mentioned hitting at .419, but the numbers that stand out are the 9 home runs and the 33 runs driven in. The pitch on the way is a breaking ball that stays high. One thing you don't want to do is have Dillon extend those arms again with that home run power.
Seen a lot of base running errors today. That's not what you want if you're Transylvania. And Schubert, who leads off first.
And the pitch on the way is in there for a called strike. the stretch and the 1-1, swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Hayden Scalf. Big pitch right here now for Scalf. Runner takes off. The pitch is inside. The throw down to second. It was just a little bit high, but it didn't matter because a strikeout victim of Ethan Dillon. We head to the bottom of the 10th. We're tied at 2.
After 9.5 innings of play, your score, Earlham 2, Transylvania 2.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on.
Head to the bottom of the 10th inning. It's Noah Rosado to lead things off. Noah due right now. He's flown out all 4 times.
He's been making good contact just under some of these pitches he's swung on. If he can barrel one up, it's trouble for Transylvania.
This will be his first look, though, at Patton. That high leg kick and a swing and a miss. You don't see too many pitchers these days that have such a high leg kick. If I start bringing up players from my day, you'll never recognize them, so I won't even say anything. There's another swing and a miss. Yes, 3 fingers around. That's right. Cy Young was my hero. Here's the 0-2. Off the end of the bat, foul. The pitch on the way is low and outside. You know, you can't even do that in the press box. Always somebody wanting something. Here's the 1-2 pitch. 2-2.
A couple of really good takes by Rosado here. One was a breaking ball, the other one a fastball right at the same space. After a couple of chases, settled in here and evened the count.
And the break-even pitch on the way. Got him. Ball gets away from the catcher. Rosado down to first, and they'll get him there. But if Rosado takes off in time, he probably is safe at first base.
He just didn't realize, and it's just been those little things. Another minor error that the Quakers make where they could have a guy on first, and now a really big out by Patton.
Here is Noah Wagster, who today is 0 for 3 with a walk. Well, those little things, we talked about it earlier in the game, that it's perhaps the difference between a win and a loss in a big game like this. With the 1-0 now to Wagster. Here's the pitch by Patton. Patton dealing here in his second inning of work. Of course, Patton has a tough ERA of 1.89, so you really don't score a whole lot of runs off him. 2 balls and a strike. Noah's been on base twice. Reached on an error in the 6th inning. There's a called strike, and walked in the 8th inning. The pitch by Patton on the way, and a good breaking ball. And Waxter out number 2. And that'll bring up Austin Dick.
Now hitting for your Quakers, number 15, Austin Dick.
Austin hit by pitches last time up in the 8th inning. Check swing, he went around, and he's quickly behind it 0-1.
After a tough start to the outing for Luke Patton, allowing a leadoff double to Sean Jeffries, he has been excellent. After that intentional walk of Mitchell Rother, 3 straight strikeouts.
Wow. And he is a dealing right now.
He's gotten some really off-balance swings from the Quakers, and it's something that you really don't see that often.
No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch by Patton. One of those waste pitches. You're hoping perhaps you can get Austin to swing on a pitch outside the strike zone. And the 1-2 on the way, a little bit low. The 2-2 pitch. It's hit foul. Austin's been on base 3 times in her first game of this doubleheader, and hits this one over the shortstop's head into left center field for a 2-out base hit. Now can they get him in?
He's able to get a stolen base earlier in this game. I think that Earlham's definitely willing to risk to put him in scoring position with Tucker Williams now a pinch hitter, with a guy with some pop.
So Williams will step to the plate. Tucker hitting at .256 as a home run and 11 runs driven in. And your winning run now is down at first base. Quakers have had base runners in every inning but 1, and that was back in the 3rd. One ball and no strikes. Now to Williams. Numbers are correct. The Quakers have also left 6 runners in scoring position. Pitch is low.
It's a big take by Williams right there, coming off the bench, seeing that one out of the zone.
I was going to mention it. That doesn't count mentioning, the mistakes we were talking about earlier, the base running errors we have seen that have taken players off the board as well. Dick with a lead down at first base. The pitch on the way is a called strike. The pitch by Patton, runner takes off, and it's hit foul. Boy, you really have to protect here now with a count of 2 balls and 2 strikes. And the pitch on the way is a breaking ball, and Patton thought he had the strikeout. Williams did a nice job kind of ducking under that breaking pitch.
and kind of squatted down, made it look as though it ended up higher than it was. Another gutsy take, and now 3-2, biggest pitch of the game thus far.
And Austin Dick not being held on, he's going to get a really good jump right here. The stretch by Patton. And the pitch on the way, grounded over the middle, and the shortstop coming over, and Alcorn makes a great play to get the out of Williams at first base. And that may have saved the game right there for the Pioneers. We head to the 11th. We're tied at 2.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
As we play into the 11th inning, new catcher now for the Quakers will be Max Firestein, as he will step as the third catcher being used today. Breaking pitch in there for a strike. Hedinger having a pretty good day, 3 for 4. Pitch on the way is swing and a miss. Boy, a struggle just getting runners in scoring position as the count is 1 ball and 2 strikes.
It's almost like we've had a secondary pitcher's duel today with these two guys out of the bullpen who have been excellent.
One pulled foul, and we'll stay at 1 and 2. Just amazing how games can be such a struggle when, especially, you've had a great year by both these teams scoring runs, and then for whatever reason you just can't squeeze them across. This one hit into center field, hit well, but back on it, Jimenez makes the catch, 1 away.
That's a huge out there for Scalf. You know, Hedinger, he's been on 3 times today, all base hits. Max Finn, he's a guy who hit for extra bases a couple of innings ago. Another tough at-bat for Scalf, but he's been excellent so far on the mound.
Max Finn will step up, first pitch hitting, and a hopper to the shortstop, and he throws it away. Barnett sends that one well over the head. Rother down at first base, and there's an error.
Number 7, Joe Murphy.
That'll bring up Joe Murphy, the designated hitter, unless we have a pinch hitter here. It looks like that's going to be the case.
Pitch hitting for Transylvania, number 28, Houston Manning.
So Houston Manning will hit in the number 7 hole.
Manning in 28 at-bats, only 3 hits this season, but he has walked 6 times.
Right now, the Pioneers have a chance to take the lead with Finn down at first base, 1 away as we play here in the top of the 11th inning. And you know he has the attention right now of Hayden Scalf. They don't want this guy to get into scoring position. Keep the double play in order. Ground ball left side. Scooped up by Dick, throws on to first, and they will get the runner down to second base, but now 2 away.
Really good job by Finn to go off on that pitch, because if he's not running, that's a tailor-made double play ball. A huge momentum booster for the Quakers, but now Transylvania, they have a chance with 2 outs and a runner on second.
Monaco is scheduled up next. There's a long conversation down the third base side. Let's see what we got going here. You don't see that very often, where the coach and the assistant coach out talking to the players ready to come to the plate. So Peter Monaco has a chance to give the Pioneers the lead as we play here in the 11th. Pitch by Scalf is low for ball 1. Second game yesterday that Transylvania played was a 21-11 final against Franklin, and it went 3.5 hours. They had a long one in game 2 yesterday. That one's hit foul. So the count, 1 ball, 1 strike. Peter Monaco flew out in the 2nd, struck out in the 4th, flew out in the 6th inning, and grounded out in the 9th. To second, not in time to get Max Finn. Finn didn't have a very big lead at second, but it isn't like we haven't seen several players get caught in a rundown. Scalf, Pacheco, the runner at second base. Here's the pitch on the way, and a breaking ball that didn't miss by a whole lot.
That is such a good take by the catcher, Peter Monaco, and that's one of the things that you wonder about a catcher. You know, do you have a little bit of an advantage? You've been catching 11 innings. You know, you know where this ump zone is. Stone cold take right there to get ahead in the count.
He would love nothing more than to get an outside pitch and perhaps drive it to right field. Oh, and that one hits him. We've seen that a lot today. So now runners at first and second. The good news is you don't need the double play, but now you can get a force at pretty much any base right here as Alcorn steps up, but not before we have a visit to the mound. There is, in fact, has been a little bit of activity in the Earlham bullpen. There's a right-hander that was throwing, and I think they're just kind of waiting to see if they're going to bring him in. So Quakers have not made the motion yet.
And I think it's because, you know, this is the 9-hitter coming up, Brenton Alcorn. Quaker pitching has been successful against him today. He's 0 for 4. Scalf set him down on a ground out the first time he faced him. Made an excellent play at short to end the previous inning. Now a chance to do something on the offensive side.
They're not going to make the move yet. See if Hayden Scalf can get them out of this half inning. Finn is at second base. Peter Monaco's down at first base. And Alcorn so far today 0 for 4. He's hitting at .284. He is lined out twice. So you talk about a player who's made some contact today. the stretch by Scalf. And the pitch is out. Well, they're going to call that on the outside corner for a strike, and I think Alcorn thought that was too far outside. So no balls and a strike now to Alcorn. Stretch and the pitch, low and inside. Thing that Max Firestein does not want to have happen, anything get away from him. He got that turf around home plate, and if it skips away, it's really hard to knock that thing down.
Scalf is a guy who loves that breaking ball too, so definitely something to be aware of.
Low for ball number 2. Game of angles, that's right. I used to work with a broadcast partner who never believed a game of angles. And I haven't convinced him this whole time either, apparently. Here's the 2-1 pitch outside, 3-1.
Now you're in a tough spot. You really cannot load the bases with the top of the order coming up here.
Caden Ford is next. And Ford has had a tough day, 0 for 3, and is still batting at .460, which is amazing. And the pitch is up high, and there you have it. They've loaded him up.
Now batting number 4, Caden Ford.
Well, you have the air that got Finn on. Then you hit Pretamonico, and then you turn around Alcorn. So now you've got 3 guys on, and not one of them has a base hit.
And you have a guy who's no shy to base hits coming up now.
Yeah, Ford is a very dangerous hitter despite being 0 for 3. And the one thing about it, you have a righty against a left-handed hitter. And the first pitch he sees, lofts this one into right field, base hit. That's going to score at least 2. Throw to third is not in time. And down to second is Caden Ford as he drives in 2. And Transylvania now leads it 4-2.
Now batting number 10, Satan Shiratori.
And that'll bring up Shiratori.
And that's just excellent hitting right there. A lot of these Transylvania hitters have been getting into deep counts against Scalf. Just been working long at-bats, but Caden Ford jumps on it right away. And now Transylvania leading by 2. They can add more with 2 runners in scoring position.
Shiratori today 1 for 5. Of course, he came off a 3 for 4 game in game 2 yesterday, in which they beat Franklin 21-11, and the pitch in there for a strike. That second game yesterday, Transylvania managing to get 10 walks out of Franklin pitching. They scored 8 in the 3rd, 6 in the 5th inning, and 5 more in the 8th inning. So they love big innings for sure. No balls, 2 strikes. A line drive to the second baseman Jeffries will end the damage, but 2 runs across. We head to the bottom of the 11th. Transy leads it by 2.
Your score, Earlham 2, Transylvania 4.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them, and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally like one of the other things that stuck out to me was like the community that Earlham has, and I gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about like what kind of community it is and how like even returning years later her professor like recognized her and they immediately were.
Chris Barnett will lead things off for the Quakers here in the bottom of the 11th inning. They need 2 to tie, 3 to win. Barnett today 0 for 4. And Luke Patton now a chance to pick up the win. And his first pitch on the way is inside for a ball.
A lot of the Quaker rallies have been with 2 outs in the inning. If they can get the leadoff guy on here, Barnett, a guy with speed, that would do so much for them.
Chop foul left side. Barnett flew out in the 2nd inning, also in the 5th inning, 7th inning, and then grounded out in the 9th inning. The pitch by Patton, way outside, and the count even out. Actually goes to 2 balls and a strike. It is 2-1. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Fly ball into right field. And running that one down is Schumer to make the catch. 1 away. Now the Quakers down to their final 2 outs. Here is Sean Jeffries. Jeffries, 3 hits today. Love to get 4 right here. And Patton with a pitch is outside for a ball. Transy would win their 13th conference game. They would pick up their 21st win of the season as well. Two balls and no strikes now to Sean Jeffries. We mentioned game 2 will be about 30 minutes following the completion of this one. That pitch is low for a ball. So now 3-0. Right now it's all about getting base runners here for the Quakers. Fastball right down the middle. The 3-1 pitch, and that'll be ball 4. 1-out walk now to the leadoff hitter, Jeffries. And here is Jonathan Jimenez. Jimenez 1 for 5, picked up a base hit in the 7th inning. The pitch by Patton is a called strike.
Seen Jeffries make a couple of base running mistakes today, but it would be huge if he could get to second with this part of the order coming up for the Quakers.
The 0-1 pitch is a breaking ball, called strike. The 0-2 pitch, and that one is outside. Good job by catcher to knock that one down. Trevor Watkins is behind the plate now for Transylvania. The breaking ball misses low and outside. Two balls and two strikes. The pitch by Jimenez on the way, or hit by Jimenez to the second baseman, and they'll get the force down at second, and two away. Nice play there by the second baseman. Shiratori able to even knock that one down. They'll get the force of Jeffries at second base.
A couple of those bang-bang plays have just not gone the Quakers' way here in these later innings.
We're going to talk with Patton. So the Quakers are down to their final at bat right here. As Mitchell Rother set to come to the plate, 2 for 4 today. Well, that's quite a spirited discussion there, isn't it? You kind of know what a big opportunity this is.
This is who you want at the plate. He had a tough series yesterday. Believe me, with one swing of the bat, he can tie this thing up.
Jimenez again down at first base. Rother steps up. Last chance here for the Quakers as we play in the bottom of the 11th inning. Chops this one left side. Could be a tough play. Charging his Finn, throwing, and he is safe at first base. Runners at first and second now for the Quakers.
Boy, this one just does not want to end.
No kidding. Looks like we're going to have a pinch runner, I bet, down at first base as well, and that's going to be the case.
And this is going to be a new hitter. This is Ian Bullis. Really interesting move here. He hasn't played since March 22nd when he got hurt. I believe he dislocated his shoulder in an at-bat. Wow. This is going to be his first action since he was injured earlier past month.
There's a pinch runner down at first base as Bullis set to throw, still hitting at .333. So Milan Desai will be the pinch runner down at first base. Runners at first and second, and the pitch is low for a ball. Still just at this stage, your concentration has to be as a pitcher on the guy at the plate in Bullis. The guy at second base doesn't mean a whole lot. Oh my. Nubbed that one. Patton flips on to first, and Transylvania will get the win in game 1 of our doubleheader, and a huge win it was. Both teams really struggling to get any offense going here in game number 1. So we'll be back in about 30 minutes for game number 2 as Transylvania wins game 1 4-2 in 11.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning years later her professor recognized her and they immediately were able to reconnect again, and just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher, where it's not much of a hierarchy and you can have that conversation, those discussions, and you can talk to them a bit as friends, but also get advice from them, help them guide you in your life and everything. And I think it's really cool just being able to call professors by their first names and how there's no hierarchy there. I think that's really interesting to create kind of a utopia almost of a great supporting community to live in.
back once again to Randall R. Sadler Stadium. We are ready for game number 2 after Transylvania won the opening contest just a couple of moments ago. Earlham baseball here on IndianaSRN, brought to you in part by Reynolds Farm Equipment, your local hometown John Deere dealer since 1955. 5 central Indiana locations. Reynolds meets all your equipment parts and service needs. Boilermaker Local 374, representing skilled workers across Indiana. Discover the Boilermaker advantage with Local 374. Burtner Electric, your trusted electrician partners since 1986. Wheeler Mission, helping our neighbors in need since 1893, thanks to generous, caring individuals like you. Morales Group Staffing, building better futures one story at a time. Let us help you find your next opportunity. LifeWise Academy. LifeWise Academy brings Bible education to public school students. Learn more at lifewise.org. LiUNA, the Build America Union, 500,000 strong, fighting for better wages, safer job sites, and greater opportunities. And the IndianaSRN sports page, sports coverage border to border, coast to coast, your source for high school, college, and pro sports coverage. Great to have you with us here for game number 2. Troy Nargowski along with Jesse Lee. Game 1 went to Transylvania. We went 11 innings. Big win by the Pioneers, and now the pressure a little bit back on the Quakers to get the split.
It's going to be a huge test between both these teams of who is going to have the gas in the tank to close out this series here today in this second game of the doubleheader. For the Quakers, you just have to have a quick memory with that first game. It's a game that was in reach that you very well could have taken. They left 11 runners on base in that first game, and so it'll be big here with Casey Blevins. You got to feel confident, though. He has been excellent since he came on as a freshman last year, a dominant right-hander. Fires in strikes, really good pitch to contact guy, and see if he can give the Quakers a good outing here in game 2.
I'm sure you're a little bit surprised from the offensive standpoint. We mentioned that earlier in game 1 that neither team really did a lot offensively, but you also saw some mistakes on both sides, especially in the base running department where you generally don't see teams like that making those kind of mistakes.
Yeah, I think it's just both teams getting a little antsy. You know, it's the way they've won games this season is, you know, controlling the base paths all season long, and those stolen bases have been big for each of these teams this season. I think, you know, just trying to do a little too much got the better of both of these sides. We'll see if they can clean it up here in this second game.
Ford will lead things off for Transylvania. He was the leadoff hitter in game number 1 as well, and we're ready to go in game number 2. We mentioned Blevins getting the start here in the second game. The right-hander's first pitch is on the way. Grounded toward the shortstop. Should be an easy play. Barrett throws on to first, and there's one away. So 1 out. That'll bring up Shiratori. Barnett very solid down at shortstop, as always.
He had that tough error in the later parts of that first game, but he has been really good defensively in his first season wearing a Quaker uniform.
Shiratori hitting at .402 on the season, and the first pitch by Blevins bounces in front of the catcher as Dylan Rick gets the start behind the plate. Very solid defensive catcher for the Quakers, and that pitch in there for a called strike. Mentioned Rother down at first base. We look around the infield. You had Jeffries at second. Austin Dick down at third. Pitch low and outside. Barnett again at shortstop. In the outfield, getting the start is Wagster in left. Jimenez in center, and in right field is Evan Duncan. Saw action in the first game. Fly ball center field. Jimenez there to make the catch. 2 quick outs. And that'll bring up Calvin Schubert, 323 on the year.
The right fielder, number 38, Calvin Schubert.
Schubert, a couple of home runs, 27 runs driven in. It's not often that we look back in game one and you saw that the Quakers only scoring 2 runs, and they had plenty of opportunities. That pitch is a breaking ball for a called strike. Pretty much the same in game 2. You don't want to use your bullpen if you don't have to. A lot of games still to be played. Down the line, just gets by the third baseman Dick into left field, rounding the base, and a strong throw, and the tag laid on, and he is not. In fact, I'll tell you what, that's amazing that he got in there, because I thought that he had not beaten the throw on that.
Yeah, that was a missile from left field from Noah Waxter, which, by the way, he did not come up as an outfielder. He was originally a third baseman, but because Earlham has so many talented corner infielders, they've been trying him out in the outfield. But that, you can see the talents of his defense. It really lies in his arm strength, and that throw, it was a laser. I thought he got him too, but, you know, a good job by Schubert to leg that one out.
Take another look at it right here, and you're going to see how close it may be. That looks like he did get the foot in just in time, but not by much. Here is Ethan Dillon at .419 on the year. Transylvania chance to get on the board here in the top of the first inning. Check swing, and he goes around. Dillon having a solid year, .419 on the season, again with those 9 home runs, and he watches a breaking pitch in there for strike 2. Dillon had a single and a double in game 1. And the pitch on the way is outside. And we'll go to 1 ball, 2 strikes. Transylvania, 2 games yesterday. We mentioned ended up scoring 32 runs, only 4 in the first game, good enough to get the win. This one hit foul. They would feel really good about walking in here and getting a doubleheader sweep if they can walk away with a second game win. We'll stay at 1 ball, 2 strikes. Lead at second base. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball hit high in the air to left field. Waxter is there, will make the catch, and that'll do it for inning number 1, Transylvania. No runs. We hit at the bottom of the first, no score.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school, and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them, and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, And so she was able to tell me about like what kind of community it is and how like even returning years later, her professor like recognized her and they immediately were able to like reconnect again. And just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher.
Into the bottom half of inning number 1, it'll be Jeffries, Jimenez, and Roth are all due up. Let's talk about the starter for Transylvania, Logan Cobb.
Yeah, freshman righty on the mound for Transylvania here in Game 2. He's making his 5th start of the season, a 4.50 ERA. He's pitched 20 innings, allowed 24 hits, 13 walks to 19 strikeouts, and of how many excellent pitchers that Transylvania has. For Earlham, you feel like you can maybe have a chance here. This is the 4th game that Transylvania has played in a 2-game stretch. They've played in some long ball games, so maybe a bit of a weaker pitching staff here in the 2nd game. But the big thing for Earlham, try to attack here early, get into the bullpen. That's how you have a big game here in Game 2.
Jeffries hitting at .280 on the season as a home run and 25 runs driven in as that one is hit foul. Wind has picked up a little bit. We had virtually no wind in Game 1, but a light breeze now blowing straight out center field. Cobb with the pitch. Alcorn will bobble that one, and safe at first base is Jeffries. Alcorn had a couple of issues in Game 1 defensively, and that'll bring up Jimenez at 308 on the year.
Yeah, you mentioned an error in the first game for Alcorn, and that's now his team-leading 7th error this season.
See if the Quakers will try to generate some offense early here in the bottom half of the 1st. And they will take off. The pitch is a little bit high. Throw down not in time. Easy stolen base by Jeffries. And they're going to waste no time, I have a feeling, here in Game 2.
Yeah, I think part of that discussion out in the outfield with Coach Sack and his team is, you know, we've got to have some more urgency with guys on base. You know, it just kind of felt like, you know, you'd have runners on and then the rally would just fall flat every single inning. This one, you can get right out to a lead.
The pitch on the way is up high. Jimenez in the 2-hole here in Game 2. Not a big RBI guy, does have 10 on the year, but still good batting average at 308. Jeffries a short lead at second. The pitch by Cobb, they'll show a bunt, and it's in there for a strike. Stretch by Cobb. Home run cut. Two balls and 2 strikes. You mentioned the numbers on Logan Cobb, only coming in with 20 innings this season. So not a ton of work, but he's able to strike out a dangerous Jimenez for out number 1. That'll bring up Mitchell Rother. 344 on the year, 7 home runs and 31 runs driven in. Big right-handed hitter in Rother. I saw him at the batting cage. I had to take another look. Maybe he was playing football. Big strikeout of Jimenez as Cobb set to go to work once again. I think for sure, I'm not sure that at this stage, when you think about the mistakes that were made base running in the first game, that the Quakers are going to take too many chances, and Jeffries very important out there at second base. The pitch on the way, fastball up high.
Yeah, and Rother fell victim to a couple of those base running mistakes because a lot of the time it was him at the plate, and he would go on to end up getting a hit that would most likely score Jeffries. A couple of times that happened.
Again, here's another opportunity. Earlham, a chance to get out in front as the pitch is low for a ball. So 2 balls and no strikes. That one hit well into left center field, and I think that's out of here. Past 375 in left center field, and Rother hits his 8th home run of the season, and the Quakers lead it 2-0.
He's now tied for second in program history now with his 25th career home run.
Wow.
Only 1 away from the all-time record.
And we call that a no-doubter. Here is Jackson McFarland. And by the way, McFarland can do the same thing, 8 home runs. Well, the freshman Cobb made a mistake and left that one out over the plate. So good start for the Quakers. You saw the replay of the home run right there as that pitch a little bit off the mark. So really 2-0 lead for Earlham. Pitch low and inside.
Quaker hitters, it's looking a lot more like an Earlham game at the plate, getting ahead in the count and swinging for power when you're ahead 2-0 from some of these power spots in your lineup.
Swing and a miss. That was another home run cut. Still just 1 away here in the first. Another good cut there by McFarland. The break-even pitch on the way and got him looking. 2 away, second strikeout now for Cobb. And that'll bring up Noah Wagster. Wagster at 360 on the year. Home run he has driven in 18. Back up the middle, base hit. Wagster first hit pitching, or should say first pitch hitting. He's on base.
A definite threat to steal here. He led the team in stolen bases last season as a freshman. He's been off and running a lot in his sophomore campaign as well.
Here's Austin Dick, 321 on the season. Updated baseball standings now in the HCAC. Transylvania 13-2. There's a called strike. Earlham now half game back at 13-3. Anderson stays in third place at 9-5. Rolls home at 9-7, and then Hanover 8-7. Those are the teams above the 500 mark. But if Transy wins game 2, they'll have a 1-game lead over Earlham. The stretch by Cobb. Runner takes off, pitches high and outside, throw down, gets through. Wagster on his way to third. And now the Quakers have a potential 3rd run in this first inning, now down at third base.
Yep, that's now the 3rd error this weekend across both doubleheaders on the catcher, Peter Monaco. And that's what Earlham does down to a T. Get those speedy guys on base, and make the defense make errors.
Now Austin Dick, chance to drive and a run right here. The pitch on the way is up high. Two balls and a strike. Fastball stays upstairs. And now 3-1.
This can really help Austin Dick at the plate too, because with Wagster with a lot of speed at third, I think the freshman Cobb isn't going to really want to throw much of the breaking ball with a threat at third who can go off on a wild pitch.
3-1 pitch, swing and a miss. Barnett on deck, hoping to get a chance to hit here in the first inning. Rother's home run, the highlight of this first inning. Check swing, and he goes around. But the Quakers get on the board. We head to the second. Earlham leads at 2-0.
Your score, Earlham 2, Transylvania 0.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Back here on a sunny day in Richmond, where the Quakers lead it 2-0. Hedinger, Finn, and Murphy all 2 up now for Transylvania in the second. I know that Blevins certainly likes 2 runs. He'd probably like 12 and really kind of settle this thing early. Didn't work that way, I understand, but good start for the Quakers offensively.
Yeah, it can really kind of settle the nerves of your starting pitcher on the mound. And, you know, Blevins, he's a guy who did really good against Transylvania last year as a freshman on the road. He went 6 innings in that game, only 1 earned run, only 1 walk. You know, he's used to facing this lineup. He's done it once before, trying to have success again.
Breaking pitch stayed a little high as Hedinger fouls that one away. He knew he was out in front on the swing. Hedinger at .349 on the year, 7 home runs and 34 runs driven in. The 0-1 pitch, grounded to the shortstop, and the throw to first in time, and there's 1 away. Here's Finn.
Third baseman, number 14, Max Finn.
I'm pretty sure that Hedinger was hoping he would get another one of those breaking pitches that stayed up in the strike zone. Here is Finn, 2-8 on the year. Blevins' breaking pitch in there for a strike. So far for Transylvania, the double by Schubert is the only hit they've had so far. And that one's ripped on a rope and snagged by Dick down at third. Great job by the third baseman to nail that one. What is hard about a play like that is I think sometimes you're not sure how hard that is hit. And you see it right there.
Yeah, perfectly timed. That was some leaps from the Quaker third baseman.
So here is Murphy. Down the line foul.
Ball will find you.
I haven't seen anybody jump like that since Brian Cox used to play in the old EBL. They used to call him the Skywalker. Breaking pitch called strike. We didn't mind him doing that. It was the Speedos he used to wear during the game that was really disgusting. Ground ball toward the second baseman. Jeffries on to first, and an easy, well, I shouldn't say easy, but relatively easy 1-2-3 inning. We head to the bottom half of inning number 2. Quakers lead it by 2.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Earlham as we head to the bottom of the second. Barnett, Rick, and Duncan all do up. We're here at Randall R. Sadler Stadium as Transylvania moving into first place after winning game 1 in 11 innings by a final 4-2.
Big chance here to lead off the inning for the freshman shortstop Chris Barnett. He had that tough error late in the game. In game 1, nothing better that he wants to do than avenge it here on the offensive side. Just saw him last week hit his first career home run of the season, and if you didn't think he had power, he lifted it dead center.
So Barnett will step to the plate against the right-hander Cobb. This will be the first time that Barnett has seen Cobb here in game 2. And the freshman right-hander set to throw, and the pitch is outside for a ball. I want to remind you, as we talked about a little bit in game 1, we will be in Kokomo at the beginning of May for both the men's and women's tournaments, baseball and softball. There's a swing and a miss. The first time it's been held, I believe, in a neutral site for both softball and baseball at the same city. Will be the same location as far as where the ballparks are, but the softball facility there in Kokomo, I think they said they had spent $30 million on that facility. I wish. Breaking pitch is low. No balls and 2 strikes. Actually 3-1. Why do I look down there and it said 0-2, now it's 3-1? That pitch is up high for ball 4. Here is Dylan Rick, 3-0-2. Rick on the season, 4 home runs and 14 runs driven in.
His big issue, though, has been the strikeout, trying to limit those. He had a couple in game 1, but when he makes contact, it is some loud contact from the Quaker catcher.
We'll see if Earlham can get something going offensively again from the standpoint of putting pressure on this young catcher.
Yeah, Barnett, another guy with plenty of speed, and going back to that at-bat, really good takes by him. He's been one of the better Quakers at drawing walks this season. Definitely a positive sign to see from one of your freshman players.
Lifted high and foul. Monaco, we saw him have some issues with the Quakers trying to run in the first game, not maybe as successful as they were hoping, but still able to challenge him time after time. That's kind of the mantra we talk about both these teams, able to run as much as they do. And you look at those championship years that Earlham had in 2017 and 2022, they were able to almost run at will. Teams just had a real difficult time stopping them. This one hit high into left field. Ford is there. He'll make the catch. And heading back to first base is Barnett. There's one away.
Yeah, going back to game one, there's been some loud contact out to the outfield, but credit Transylvania's outfield defenders. We saw Dylan have a couple of struggles out there, but on the fly balls, they've really done a good job of limiting those what would be extra base hits and kind of chaos plays that Earlham loves to do so much.
Evan Duncan getting the start here in game two, hitting at 173, no home runs and 7 runs driven in. He'll lift this one high in the air to right field. An easy play, there's 2 away. Schubert barely having to make a move to his right. So 2 outs, and here's Jeffries. I mentioned to you in game one, I'm never a big fan of swinging at the first pitch, especially if I'm seeing that pitcher for the first time. That's exactly what Duncan did moments ago.
And I think also the freshman Cobb, he's been falling behind quite a few times today, so I think that you are right. It's been well advised for the Quakers to kind of hold off on the first couple of pitches, get ahead in the count.
Jeffries reached on an error and scored in the first inning.
Oh, not again.
Pretty sure that the Pioneers know the Quakers want to run here in game number 2 and start stacking up some runs against Cobb and get him out of here. There's a called strike. Temperatures here today, though the sun is out, only reaching into the 50s. That's going to change starting tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week. I think we're all hoping that the warm weather will hang around. When we get to Kokomo, we have had some years where even one day you see the runner take off, it's in there for a strike, throw down not in time, and a stolen base for Barnett. We've had some games or days in Kokomo where it rains and we're at the mercy of trying to get the tournament in it. Have had a 5-hour rain delay one day, and it can be quite hectic for everybody trying to get it in. Then you're thinking, if we don't get it in, how the tournament may get moved back. And so we're going to keep our fingers crossed we get good weather for that weekend. Hit foul.
I know for Earlham with senior day coming up, you want nice sunny weather for that. Poor Anderson yesterday had their senior day, was cold and a little bit of a drizzle, probably a bit of a downer in Anderson yesterday.
I bet it was. The pitch on the way, and this one hit into right field, base hit. Rounding third is Barnett. He will score. Jeffries sliding into second with an RBI double, and the Quakers now lead it 3-0.
I mean, that is just so good. On 0-2, Jeffries, he's just able to shorten up and just fight that into right field, get extra bases, and another run comes to score. Is just huge hitting from the Quaker leadoff man.
Jimenez 0 for 1 here in game 2. He struck out in the first inning. Take another look at that base hit right there by Jeffries as he stands at second base. The pitch by Cobb is a breaking ball in there for a called strike. When hit high and foul, it will sail out of play. Jimenez in the first inning doesn't put up some big numbers in the RBI department at the number 2 hole, but another player you love to get on base. Use his speed as that pitch is low. You know, they have an ideal lineup. When you think about, you have speed at the top of the order, you have that kind of power in the middle of the order, and even guys at the bottom of the order that are hitting over 300. Really hard as a pitcher to get through these 9 guys without giving up a ton of runs, but they are able to do it in the first game as that pitch is outside. And the count now 2 balls, 2 strikes.
And also the thing that makes that order so good is it's not just guys who hit for contact. They can also lift balls over the outfield fence. Wagster, he's had the power stroke. Austin Dick has been able to hit home runs. Barnett just had his first career home run last week. It's been just truly a team effort this season by Earlham. You know, Rother, he's been having video game numbers this first part of the year, but, you know, it's just everybody's kind of had their hand in to what makes this team successful this season.
And what is interesting about bringing this ball club together for Steve Sakasitz as that pitch is outside for ball 4 is, again, I talked to you about that in the first game. I mean, they were picked 7th in the preseason polls, and they're just catching everybody off guard. Not anymore, though.
Yeah, I talked to Coach Sack about that, and, you know, I asked him, you know, do you pay any attention to that? Does that give you any kind of fire? And he said, you know, it's not something that we care that much about, but he just kind of went on about how impressive every team in the conference is this year. It's so deep in the conference this season. He told me, you know, we don't have a weekend where we have a weekend that's off.
Right.
You know, we don't have a break weekend. It's every weekend you got to show up playing your best baseball, because of how incredible the conference is this season. Should make for an unreal tournament in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, it will. Roeder hit that 2-run home run in the first inning. You know, the tournament has been expanded from, at one time back in 2017, it was only 4 teams. So, again, I know that it's added, and I think it's a good idea to have 6, but boy, back in 2017, you really had to play top-notch baseball each and every weekend of the regular season to get one of those top 4 spots. But we also have seen over the years that tournament has been played in Kokomo, that teams have played the first day and made it to the championship. It's rare to win it after playing on the first day because of the amount of pitching you have to use, but it has been done. That one hit well down the line. It's going to carry all the way to the Maroon Monster, rounding third, heading to the plate. Here's the throw, head first slide, and Jimenez in there. And how about Mitchell Rother doing it again? And I tell you what, he wasn't that far away from getting that one over the Maroon Monster.
Yeah, pretty much any other ballpark, you're talking about a 2-for-2 day with 2 home runs. But after a tough series where he went 0 for 9, how about Mitchell Rother, who has been crushing the baseball here in this second game, already 4 runs driven in.
And And that's going to do it, I believe, for Cobb. He is done for the day. We'll tell you about the new pitcher coming up right here on Indiana SRN.
Calling officials cheaters or corrupt. Insulting referees.
Threatening officials.
Berating young umpires, learning the ropes.
Violent language in the stands.
Screaming at a referee in the parking lot. It's not a game.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Lead here in the second inning, and the new pitcher will be Landon Broadus now for Transylvania. Give us his numbers.
Yes, 6 innings pitched, a 9 ERA, 5 hits in that time, 7 walks, has been a little bit wild, but also 7 strikeouts. Another guy where Earlham would be well advised to kind of watch him a little bit, see if you can get ahead in the count, but I think it's a good move trying to go lefty-lefty on the big power hitter McFarland.
Actually a 5-0 lead after Jimenez and Jeffries able to score the first pitch in there for a strike, and of course that came off the Rother double. He has 2 extra base hits, and you mentioned driving in 4 runs so far. McFarland, 319 hitter, and that pitch missing, so the left-hander still has a runner in scoring position down at second base. The pitch on the way is in there for a called strike. The stretch by Broadus and the pitch low and outside. Well, the last thing you want to do, you gave up the 2 runs in the first. You've given up 3 runs here in the second. Give up 2 or 3 more runs and really put yourself in a hole.
And after a long 11-inning first game, they played a game where it was 21-11 yesterday. They're really going to have to dig deep in their bullpen to get guys who can maintain this ball game.
That pitch missing low and inside, so McFarland on his way down to first base, and that'll bring up now Noah Wagster.
I told you the command has been a little bit of a struggle for the pitcher Broadus, and now Noah Wagster. He's another guy who can lift a ball over the monster in left. Really big power has been coming on as of late. Chance with the runner in scoring position.
And his batting average now at 360. That time Broadus nowhere close to home plate. Runs in the inning. Broadus's pitch is low for a ball.
And he's really trying to rebound from his last appearance. He pitched against Hanover, allowed 3 walks, 1 hit, and 4 runs, failed to record an out.
He is in trouble right here against Wagster. Misses low and inside. And that one comes inside and hits him, and so now the bases are loaded. looks like Kemper Dotson is warming up now for Transylvania. And right now the Quakers very close to blowing this one wide open, and they're not even going to wait. Pitching change once again for Transylvania. We'll tell you about that pitcher. 5-0 Quakers.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, one, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble. And this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me, and I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as why I chose Earlham.
While working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back, and for our student athletes to be able to compete here.
There are 50,000 reasons I came to Earlham, and there's one really big reason. Nope, not that! The world's most complete fossil giant beaver.
The reason why I chose Earlham is because of the small class sizes, which allow for more one-on-one time with the professors.
Well, the reason why I chose Earlham College was very personal to me. I was looking for an institution that was going to allow for me to participate in, experience, and engage in all the opportunities that...
Well, Austin Dick will now attempt to make this a longer inning for Transylvania. New pitcher Kemper Dotson will give you his numbers here in a moment. Is his first pitch, the sidearm is outside. Tell us about this young man.
Yeah, senior righty, 14 innings he's pitched, a 3.86 ERA. He's only walked 4 batters, but 2 of those walks were in his last outing. Kind of that sidearm delivery. Bit of a different look for Austin Dick here.
Of course, Brian Cox, our award-winning public address announcer, reminds, of course, when we think of the sidearm of Dan Quisenberry. Do you know who that was?
Mm-mm.
How about Gene Garber? You know him? No. Kent Tekulve? Do you know who Kent Tekulve?
0 for 3.
How old are you guys? Rusty. And that one got him looking. So that'll leave the bases loaded here in the second inning, but the Quakers lead it 5-0.
Transylvania 0.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Tigers game 2. Welcome back here to Randall R. Sadler Stadium.
Leading off the third inning for Transylvania, the catcher, number 1, Nick
Monaco will lead things off, hitting .327, and the, VP of Operations, Keith Myers, that is hit to the third baseman. Dick, there's one pitch, one out.
Watch this be a 1-2-3 inning.
You're not going to get a chance to talk much about the HCAC tournament.
No, it's the first time this year that both the men's and women's are up in Kokomo, starting Thursday, I think it's May 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. We're really excited to be able to do both tournaments this year. And, we've had a great working relationship with the HCAC, as you know, and the A team, the A+ team will be up there for baseball, and then I guess we're the B1 team, Nathaniel and I. So I leave the booth from you for the first time. I don't know how we're not going to work with each other. I'm going to kind of miss you.
So you're doing softball.
I'm going to do softball.
But then you'd mentioned to me one time that you might sneak over, but we're not going to let you.
I got that email saying, you can't
come over. Yeah,
I got that email.
Well, you're going to be in a facility that is just A+. Well, this one hit well into right field. Going back on it, Taylor at the warning track, and it's gone. Brenton Alcorn with the solo shot, and it's now 5-1.
Yeah, that gets them started right.
Wow.
The stadium, we did the walkthrough, and for high school facility, my goodness. But the facility at Kokomo for baseball, that is state of the art as well.
Yeah.
Really looking forward to that. You got great people surrounding Kokomo, has always taken care of us. I think this is like our 5th year up there.
Yeah.
And so for at least baseball. And I heard you talk about the rain delay, and I was the one that had to sit there for a little bit and fill some time, as long as you were too, but you went to sleep.
I did. Yeah. I found a little area in the back and went to sleep for a couple of hours. As Ford is at the plate, pitch in there for a strike.
And how about this league? I mean, we see these teams here. These are, probably 1, 2, but 3, 4, 5, 6. Anybody can win that tournament. You don't want that 6th seed going into a tournament and strike out inside 4. Definitely want, you want to do 1, 2, or 3. I don't know if I want to even climb if I'm the 4th seed. Yeah. I mean, I'll go, but
it's tough.
Well, I need 25 pitchers.
You better start developing them really quick.
Get the little league kids out.
Shiratori steps to the plate 0 for 1 after Ford caught looking. So 2 away, and the pitch is outside.
How about us being here in Earlham today? Yeah. Huh? What an opportunity. And, we're showcasing Earlham all day on the network. I think there's a couple other commercials, but it's all about Earlham and our relationship with them. And, they need some sponsors to help them a little bit. And that would be great if you're out there listening. That would be awesome to help them out. Because I think they got the right guys in the helm.
I agree.
To build this program. As you've seen it back in the day, was very instrumental in part of your broadcast career. So.
Yeah. Pitch on the way by Blevins is outside. And with Nick Johnson, the athletic director, he knows the system. He played football here. He's kind of worked his way up through the ranks. And then he's got some really good coaches underneath him. This one hit into left field. And Rother is there to make the catch. And we'll talk more about the tournament in a couple of moments as the home run by Alcorn. Transy gets a run on the board. They trail it 5-1.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN.
Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
Ballpark 5-1 as we head to the bottom half of the third inning. It'll be Barnett to lead things off, followed by Rick and Duncan. Keith Myers with us, the VP of IndianaSRN, and we will be in Kokomo for not just the baseball tournament, softball tournament as well. And I know you're gearing up for next year too, aren't you?
We are gearing up for next year, and we also on Saturday, Friday and Saturday, we'll be down in Transylvania for the track and field. Jay Jones and Grace has done a great job putting that all together, and I think this will be our 6th year doing that. It goes school to school, and so we make that 3 hours and 7-minute drive Friday morning around 6 o'clock.
You like that?
To arrive by 9:30 to do some setup, and oh yeah, I'd love to stay all night at Transylvania because you know where I get to go.
Steakhouse?
No, Buc-ee's.
Oh, Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's live down there.
Breaking pitch in there for strike.
But I do get the steak dinner.
You
also.
do,
yeah. I get the Long John or the Longhorn or
the Long Johns.
The Long John, yeah, the Longhorn. Yeah,
the Long John steak.
Look, I'm under pressure. That's the first time I've ever been on the air. I'm nervous.
Popped up shallow left field. Alcorn will be called off by Ford, and there's one away.
I mean, I'm just a vice president of the company. You think I should? Our camera girl is probably doing a better job than I do, and Nick says, you are doing a better job than he does.
Listen, by far.
Fine.
But nonetheless,
yes, sir.
That trip, you get a lot of people watching
yeah.
the conference championships. They can't make that trip all the way down there, so it's really a blessing for all the fans that watch their sons and daughters run track.
I think the busiest time that we're working for the HCAC is when we have the women's basketball finals, the men's basketball finals, and the indoor track and field on the same day.
Right.
And it used to be, I think, was swimming one week, and then those three, you know, we've been very blessed at IndianaSRN and HCAC.TV as we formed that for the Heartland. And, you know, we're looking for more schools to be in that because I think it's kind of cool to, like today, I mean, it's a Monday, hundreds of people are watching this game. Many of them are watching it in their office, probably hiding from their boss, but what a great idea to put, you know, college baseball or whatever sport on.
By the way, that'll be a Friday, Saturday.
Yes.
HCAC down in Transylvania. There's a called strike, but I'll bet you 10-1. You're not. Who's your broadcaster for that one besides you?
Zach will be with us. Young man from Decatur Central, head track and field coach, will be doing the commentary for us.
Well, that one hit deep into center field, and that's going to be a ground rule double by Rick.
So Zach Sanchez, I think is his name, that will be with us. And then we have two young men that are going to be field reporters. And I get to roam around and do what I do. And, you know, it's supposed to rain on Saturday. I'm really looking forward to that, Troy.
I know you are.
You know, because my raincoat, you know, last year I wore a raincoat for baseball. And, yeah, the pink raincoat just comes out, and it doesn't look real good on me.
It's not good on you. Yeah, it's not. Pink's
not
your color.
Only one they gave me 2 years ago.
It's still not your color.
I understand.
Here is Duncan, the number 9 hitter. Rick down at second base. Quakers trying to add to their 4-run lead. This one popped up, and that's a sky-high shot right there. Alcorn able to haul that one in. That is not an easy play on a high sky like this.
You know, I couldn't make that catch.
You used to.
Well, no, I would ask for the left fielder to come in.
Yeah, please. Come on, buddy. Come get it.
Designated catcher.
Leadoff hitter Jeffries scored 2 runs so far today. The reason I asked you about who's going to broadcast on Friday and Saturday, I remember the last time you had a guy in Terre Haute, as that one hits him. About 3 weeks ago, I think it was, and he did 4.5 hours pretty much by himself. Yeah, Schumer, what a great job he did. He even had time at one point during the 5,000 meters to take a nap. It was great.
It's a 45-minute run, isn't it?
Yeah. And what's he going to say? Hey, they're going around again, you know. Here's Jimenez.
One more, and they on it.
So now the Quakers have runners at first and second. Now
you know, with the month of May, you got the Indianapolis 500, right? Right. Which we don't do. We used to do a broadcast or a radio show. We don't do that anymore. But the month of May, the season's almost over.
It is. Yep. You know, the nice thing about it is, well, the month of May is almost over, though.
It is. I mean, once it gets started, I mean, seriously, if you look at our calendar, when May 1st comes, we don't get a break until like May 20th.
Right.
And, I mean, that's every day. I mean, Nick working today, I mean, what is it?
But it feels
it's only
like
April. It's only April.
It feels like it's almost over.
See, I don't know what I'm doing. I was sleeping back there, and someone woke me up and said, hey, you're on the air.
You're trying to push the season over rather quickly, aren't you?
Not anymore.
Swing and a miss? Well, anyway.
Yes.
With all the things we have coming up in May, and then, believe it or not, you get into June, July, you guys have already started football schedules, and we haven't even thought about football yet.
Yeah, our high school football season is about filled up. We'll do at least 4 games every Friday night, and some 5. So we're looking forward to that.
Quakers leave a couple of men on. They still lead at 5-1.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you could be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
Earlham leads at 5-1. Keith Myers is done for the day. Why don't you just take a rest? You look tired. Oh, you're going to take it back again, huh?
No, I just want to thank my fans for listening. My wife is listening, and my granddaughters are on spring break this week up in Michigan. I guarantee you they are excited to see Troy Derrigowski doing baseball.
Really?
Yeah.
They don't watch any other
They got
time.
your bobblehead.
Do they really?
Yeah, they yanked it off, and they really like to play with the head. You're doing a good job. By the way, Nick Lewis on the 1 and 2's outstanding individual. I don't know who our camera person is, but we should name her too.
Yeah, we'll get her name. But and by the way, Jesse Lee, who is a Ball State student, doing a great job. And by the way, he's already being recruited.
Yes, he is.
So yeah, and there's some worry that he is going to get hired and not come back here. I don't think that'll happen, as that first pitch is for a strike, because he probably makes more money than Brian Cox does doing this. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. Calvin Schubert will lead things off here in the 4th inning. Good breaking pitch. Well, we do hope that for those prospective baseball players, not only around the Richmond area or anywhere you might be, that you consider playing as there's a swing and a miss. Schubert looked pretty bad on that pitch. One away. Here's Dylan. But you give Steve Sackis hits. I know he runs a prospect camp every year for those that might be interested in playing college baseball, but as I said earlier, he runs it like a D1 program, but he also knows you're a student athlete, which is a big deal. It's very rare that anybody out of the Division III level is going to make a run at the major leagues, but we have seen players get a chance to play some minor league baseball over the years. So I think if you want the facilities and you want a coaching staff who cares, hot shot to the third baseman Dick. There's two away. You might want to contact Earlham and just give him a shot.
It just feels like a no-brainer, right? I mean, the community's so nice here. I mean, just look at the view you have here. The facilities here are just unbelievable. You know, I know some players in between games sometimes come up here and got a new ping pong table.
Yeah, I saw
there's
that.
An added bonus.
Well, and I asked Coach Sack about that as Hedinger steps to the plate. You know, he got into some right, but I walked up here and they have a ping pong table and they have two microwaves. Two, not just one. That's right, two microwave ovens. So somebody got some money somewhere. Here's the pitch, and it's a called strike. I mean, that might be worth coming here any week. You don't have to wait on getting your sandwich. Yeah, your microwave popcorn's ready to go. Oh, he's coming back. Yeah, you've been. Dalton Carter's going to join us once again. Ground ball to the shortstop. Barnett's throw to first in a 1-2-3 inning. We're going to talk once again with Dalton Carter coming up right here on IndianaSRN.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me.
Rother will lead things off for the Quakers here in the bottom of the fourth inning. As we mentioned a couple of moments ago, Dalton Carter is back with us. He was a pitcher on the 2017 Earlham Championship baseball team, and we were talking a little bit ago, at that time only 4 teams qualified for the tournament, so it was pretty tough to get in, wasn't it?
It definitely was, for sure, and we just missed out on it. My freshman year we finished 5th. But then sophomore through senior year, we were able to make the tournament. And then obviously in 2017, my senior year, we were able to host it here, have View broadcast, and we ended up finishing that one out and dogpiling on the field.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun, wasn't it?
Oh, it was. So just want to congratulate Mitchell Rother on tying the all-time home run record. And
this one is hit deep into center field, driving the center fielder back, and Dylan makes the catch right at the base of the fence.
Yeah, he's tied with one of my best friends, Eric Elkis. So probably, hopefully, within the next couple of ABs for him, he'll break that record, and then I'll give Eric a call and tell him, well, he's not the home run king at Earlham anymore. So
Here is McFarland. So you keep in contact with how many of your former teammates from that championship team?
I mean, as much as possible. I talk to Danny Dopp every now and then, Isaiah Shake, Alec Bryan. They all live kind of in the Indianapolis area. Okay. So saw Nate Lynch actually got married this past summer to Haley. She actually played soccer here at Earlham.
Okay.
Not at the same time we were here, but she came in after we left. So saw Thomas Ray, Brennan Laird and stuff like that. I talk to Brandon Smalling all the time too. So we always, catch up, and sometimes we play video games together. So just have a blast. So
if we've been talking a lot not only about what we see here at Earlham as far as the facilities and the education and all that, do you recruit for them at all a little bit off the side? Say, hey, listen, if you're interested in maybe playing some college baseball, why not Earlham?
For sure, yeah. I don't do it heavily.
Right.
It's their choice at the end of the day. Yeah. I've had some players that have played on my fall team that have come here on visits, and I tell them all the time, hey, ask questions. Coach Zach's going to answer them all. If you go on the visit, let me know what you think, and if you have any questions for me, let me know. Actually, Earlham's starting shortstop Chris Barnett played for me a couple falls ago. So,
okay.
And then we've had some players, Nate Wetstein, he was a catcher here for 4 years. I coached him at Franklin Community. So I've had some players that I've coached along the way come here and produce and play here.
By the way, with Dalton so busy, as we talked about in game one, his day off, he decides to come watch baseball, which you're a baseball guy. I mean, that's
sure.
just what you guys do, right?
Exactly.
And it's because it's home no matter where you are.
Exactly. I mean, Cody coaches at DeKalb High School, so back where he used to play. So he's a big baseball guy. Always talk to Nate Lynch about how the team's doing and stuff like that. Eric's the same way. We always talk about how the team is doing. So Howie just loves to fish, so you don't hear much from him. So, but talk to Matt Barger every now and then. So he's married, has a couple kids, and living in the Cleveland area. So, but yeah, I try to stay in touch with as much of them as possible, and hopefully within the next couple of years we're all back here celebrating. Next year's going to be the 10-year anniversary of us winning. So
that's right.
So hopefully we have something. Coach Zach has something set up for that, and we can all get here at the same time. So
we were mentioning, as by the way, that ball was not played well by Ford there in left field, and that'll bring up Dick now with a runner at second base. You're busy. You got a summer coming up. We want to hear more about the summer baseball team that is going to be back in Kokomo. They lost their team a couple of years ago, correct?
Correct. So the Jackrabbits are no longer there. We have taken over, and our new team name is the Kokomo Creek Chubs. So if you don't know what a creek chub is, it is a minnow.
It's a minnow.
So it's a minnow. So
this time Ford recovers in time. Go ahead.
So yeah, so the Wildcat Creek runs right behind the stadium. So a employee with the city thought of the name, kind of as a joke, and we ran with it, and it ended up being a part of our Final Four vote, and it got about 70% of the vote.
Really?
Between the Final Four. So it's growing on people. Some people didn't like it at first, but it's growing on people. So, but yeah, no, we're excited. We're in the Prospect League. Our opening night is going to be May 26th. And then we will have 28 home games, and then possibly more depending on how our team does this summer. Right. So we'll play home games, starting May 26th, and then all of June and July, our guys will be playing, not only in Kokomo, but there's a team in Lafayette, there's a team in Terre Haute, Du Bois County has a team. So I won't be able to travel much with the team, but I'll be able to do some traveling. So that's what I'm really excited about, kind of go and see these stadiums, especially Du Bois, because I haven't been there before.
Okay.
So that's going to be really exciting, an exciting night. So, and just be around the team and stuff. Because when I took this new role, I got out of coaching fully. So this will allow me to be a part of, still kind of be a part of it, but not fully on the coaching staff. So.
By the way, in any of the fans that you think about the name of the team? Have they seen some of the names of some of the minor league teams around the country?
Oh, for sure. And I mean, you know that. I mean, Richmond has the Flying Mummies now,
Yeah.
so it's like, it's crazy teams.
Yeah.
I mean, so I know the KUBS, which is the local league in Kokomo, they have like Trash Pandas and like Starships and different types of names for their teams. So it's all for, we want to bring attention to the people, and
Right.
I feel like the name helps do that.
Yeah,
So
no doubt about it. And I'm sure I'd love to see the logo. Do you have one around that we could?
actually, my hat has our double C logo on it,
okay.
and it's got hooks and stuff.
Okay, that makes
we have
sense.
a mascot that's still in production.
Okay.
His name's Hooks.
Hooks.
So he'll once we already have somebody that's going to be taking the role of the mascot. So
Is that Keith?
possibly? I can't tell you who it is. So.
Oh, that wouldn't work, would it?
Yeah, for sure. So
It's going to be caught by the second baseman Jeffries.
But yeah, no, we'll make sure Hooks is used, and not only for our events but community events too, and stuff like that. So.
Now, I mentioned to you in the first game, I'm sure fans are excited, though, because I thought that when the old team was there, they were really excited about the baseball in the summer.
For sure. No, they are really excited, and I've even told them, like, you're going to come see good, if you come to the HCAC tournament, you're going to see good baseball too. So I've been trying to help out the HCAC and get some more fans that are not non-parents or old players or associated with the schools to come and watch this tournament that's coming up in a few weeks.
By the way, the double by Murphy will give Transylvania a base runner here in the 5th inning. Well, it's good to come back here. I know, as you said, you get a chance to check in with Coach Sack and see how he is doing with his program and such, and with you being busy with everything going on this summer, we kind of joked about it. You don't have a whole lot of time just to mess around, do you?
Not a whole lot of time. A lot of my days off will be Mondays, just like today. But even when I'm, off, I'm still working.
Yeah.
So it's not really a true off day, but I'll have plenty of off days once August hits, and then once we're done with our fall season after October. So.
Now, do you live in the Indianapolis area, or where do you live
So
now?
currently I live in Westfield.
Okay.
Right, like 5 minutes from Grand Park, but I'm actually closing on a house on Friday, right down the road from the stadium in Kokomo.
Really?
So, yeah.
So you're moving to Kokomo?
I will be a resident of Kokomo, Indiana.
There you go. Good for you. That means we'll see you at Wildcat football and basketball.
For
games
sure,
and such.
there's a lot of support from people within the Kokomo athletic department. Dean Hockney, he's going to be our PA addresser for the Creek Chubs. So he's a big supporter of not only the Creek Chubs but everything that we do for the city of Kokomo with Championship Park as well.
Yeah.
So, and then their AD Nick Sale, him and I, we communicate all the time because that's where Kokomo High School plays, is at the stadium.
That's
so
right.
I'm in constant communication with a lot of the, KHS athletic department and the IUK athletic department as well, with the IUK baseball team and the IUK women's soccer team that plays at the stadium.
Yeah, very true. The thing is, you talked about that earlier with the connections that you make, but the relationships that you have with so many different people and so many different organizations, all that to work together is not always an easy thing.
No, it is not. So sometimes, some people don't play in the same sandbox. So
Right.
you kind of got to balance that and make sure, you stay even keel when there's stuff that happens that between two organizations that butt heads.
Yeah,
So.
no doubt. Well, he could play in the litter box like Brian Cox does, but I know you like to stay out of that area.
For sure.
Well, you're less than a month away. Well, I should say about a month away. But what I was interested in, too, is that all the youth baseball that you're involved in, and you mentioned in the first game the hundreds of teams that make their way to go play, is just amazing to me.
Yeah.
I didn't know it was that big.
It's a huge operation. I mean, Grand Park's the biggest sports complex in the country, so, and we got to fill it. So, and we do a good job of filling it. I mean, we struggle around certain times, obviously early in the spring and stuff like that, but once we kind of get into May, it's full go, and then June and July, it's like we don't have to worry about it because people just, it sells itself.
Yeah.
So.
Well, it gives you a pretty good idea of just how, again, we mentioned too that baseball in Indiana shouldn't take the backseat to anybody these days because it is just, there's so many good players coming out of this state.
No, for sure. I mean, if you look at like the prep baseball rankings, I mean, the top 10 are all, you know, SEC, you know, Power 4 type players. I mean, we got the top 2 players in the state right now are possibly looking at being drafted on day 1.
Right.
I mean, they're incredible players. Just shout out to Sean Dunlap out of Crown Point. He's a catcher, committed to Tennessee, but possibly probably not going there. And then Gannon Grant, another Tennessee commit, goes to Center Grove, up to 98 on the mound. And he's a true two-way, like in high school for sure. So Cooper Trinkle calls him the Shohei Ohtani of Indiana high school baseball. So those two are definitely very intriguing prospects, and you could possibly see them getting selected day 1 of the draft.
Hey, last thing, because I know you want to probably get out there once this game is over and still talk to some of the coaches and such. You got involved in the scouting side of Indiana Prep baseball. Is that correct?
Correct. Yeah.
How'd you get involved in that?
So Cooper Trinkle, you know, him and I met. Actually, we were the Grand Park used to have a college summer league.
Okay.
It started on COVID year that they ran a summer league and had 8 teams, and they would just play each other on one quad of fields at the same time. I coached high school baseball at Franklin Community, and I coached Max Clark. And when he was in high school, he actually went and played one night at Grand Park in the league.
Okay.
So I went up there to watch him, and Cooper and I, you know, we got to talking and stuff. And at that point, I was in year 2 of it was our second year of the Fall Stars, and I knew what he could bring to the table, so I talked him into joining me with it. And ever since then, we've kind of been, you know, tied up together. So
back to the, you know, who you know kind of thing,
Correct.
right? To make that thing work.
So
how's Max Clark doing? Is he making? It certainly has to be doing well if you coached him. So I'm giving you a little love there, right?
So yeah, no, he's doing well. He's killing it right now in AAA with Toledo.
Oh, good.
You know, he's making it a very tough decision for the Tigers to not call him up right now because I think he's hitting well over 350 with like 12 extra base hits in like 20 some games. So he's doing a really good job after having some struggles this spring. But I'm not surprised at what he's doing. I've seen him play for, you know, now probably 6 or 7 years, and people always ask me, hey, what kind of kid is he? And I say he's awesome. Like what he shows out on social media doesn't portray the actual person he is.
Really?
So, oh yeah, for sure. People get the connotation that he is, you know, this flashy player that, you know, and he wears the jewelry and stuff like that, but like he's one of the hardest workers I've ever met.
Really?
For sure. Yeah.
Well, it's usually those guys that are the hardest workers that are working when all the other players have gone home. That's why they are where they are.
Exactly. I remember his senior year, they lost to Columbus North in the sectional. Their first game of sectional, so his high school career is over. I'm working at Grand Park, closing that night, and I was at the end of the night, and I was following their game. About 30 minutes after their game, he texted me and said, hey, can we meet at Powerhouse and just hit? It's
Really?
like, yeah, for sure. So I drove from Westfield to Franklin, and we met up at, you know, Powerhouse, and we hit after that. So that's just the type of person he is. You know, he's gonna make it, and he's gonna be super successful.
And give you some of his bonus money, right?
Maybe.
No, Carter, good to see you again, sir.
Appreciate
We'll take a timeout. 5-1 Quakers.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Quakers lead 5-1 as we enter the bottom of the 5th inning. Chris Barnett, the freshman shortstop, will lead things off. Quakers trying to stay in front here, split the doubleheader against Transylvania, and get a half game back in front for the division lead. This one's sent opposite way. Right fielder Schubert backing up, battling the sun. He makes the play for a quick out, number 1. Already 6 different flyouts, or make that 5 flyouts induced by Dotson through 2 2/3 of an inning he's pitched. He's allowed 2 hits, no runs, no walks, has struck out 3. And Dylan Rick, the catcher, a ground rule double his last at-bat. Also a flyout to left field. First pitch swinging, he fouls it back into the net. Quakers getting another really good start, this time from Casey Blevins. He's through 5 innings, only 56 pitches. It's been efficient for Blevins. 4 hits he's allowed, 1 run, no walks, 4 strikeouts. Ended the top of the 5th inning with a strikeout of the leadoff hitter, Caden Ford. The 1-1 to Rick. Watches it in the zone for strike 2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Count even 2-2. Evan Duncan waits on deck. Fly out and a pop out today. The 2-2 tapped foul. It'll stay 2-2. A nice battle by the catcher, Rick. He went 0 for 3 in game 1. Reached on a hit by pitch. Slugs this one into left field, base hit for the catcher, Dylan Rick, his 2nd hit of this one. Quakers going to run her on with 1 away. And now Evan Duncan making the start in right field here in game 2. A power speed guy. We've seen the speed this season, but just has not been able to put it together at the plate contact-wise. They'll try to continue the rally here in the 5th. Quakers trying for some insurance runs. He shows bunt, pulls back. The pitch lands high and inside for ball 1. Bunt again yanked back by Duncan. It's 2-0. Sean Jeffries waits on deck. He's been on all 3 times he's come up to the plate. Time called. Duncan will step out. 2-0 count with 1 away. Rick leading off first. Off the plate, 3-0. And a balk is going to be called. Dylan Rick will be awarded second base now in a 3-0 count. And so a runner in scoring position for Duncan. The 3-0, taking all the way, called a strike on the outside edge. Duncan thought he had first base. Instead, he steps back in. 3-1 count. Cut on and missed for strike 2. Dotson has brought this count back from 3-0 to full. Strikeout would be huge for the right-hander. He deals. Payoff pitch. Fouled off by Duncan. He stays alive. Quakers plated 2 runs in the first inning, 3 in the second. They lead 5-1 over Transylvania. Their lone run in the top of the third. Payoff again, and that misses. Back-to-back have reached. First walk allowed by Dotson out of the bullpen today. And now back to the top of the order. Runners first and second with 1 away. And Sean Jeffries, he's been on all 3 times he's come up to the plate. Reached on an error in the first, doubled in a run in the second, was hit by a pitch in the third. First time facing Dotson today. First pitch swinging, popped up right side of the infield. First baseman Hettinger makes the play for out number 2. And so 2 down with 2 runners on. Jonathan Jimenez, a strikeout, walk, and strikeout so far, hitting the 2 spot. Hit a go-ahead 3-run home run yesterday in the 7-4 win against Anderson in Game 1 of that doubleheader. Shows bunt. It will go foul down the third base line. Both runners will retreat. Kemper Donson out of the bullpen has held Earlham 0 of 5 with runners on base so far today. In there for strike 2. Breaks down low for ball 1. 1-2 to Jimenez. Breaking ball, that misses. Count even 2-2. Rother awaiting on deck. He crushed a no-doubt shot in the first inning. The 2-2. That misses. From 0-2 to full, Jimenez works the count. A huge spot for Kemper Dotson, trying to keep the runs to 0 in this inning. Runners take off. That one fouled back off the umpire. Runners will be off again on the 3-2 pitch. The payoff from Dotson. Slugged into left center field. Backing up is Ford. Center fielder tries to get it. He won't grab it. 2 runners will score. Jimenez hustling up to third. He's in there with a 2 RBI triple. 7-1 Quakers in the bottom of the 5th inning. And a chance to add on even more as Mitchell Rother, he's driven in 4 runs today. He comes up 2 for 3 with a home run and a double. And he will be intentionally put on. So runners will be at the corners with 2 outs. And the Pioneers will elect to face Jackson McFarland, and it looks like Transylvania will look to bring in a left-hander to counter against McFarland. So a new pitcher coming into the ballgame. We'll take a break here as it is a 7-1 Quaker lead here in the 5th inning.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them, and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning year.
Quakers have already plated 2 runs in the inning. They lead 7-1, and now a big spot for the new pitcher in the mound, Tristan Cooper, to come up and face Jackson McFarland. Runners are at the corners. Jimenez, a 2-run triple. He leads off third. Rother was intentionally put on. He's at first. 2 outs in the inning. First pitch, McFarland takes strike 1. Cooper making his 7th appearance out of the bullpen. He's pitched 6 innings, a 4.50 ERA. He's allowed 10 hits, 6 strikeouts, only 2 walks. Oh-1. Misses low. 1-1 onto McFarland. McFarland has walked once, struck out twice. He singled in game 1. Watches strike 2. One-two, just misses. Great take by McFarland. Count even 2-2. Breaking ball misses. Another full count worked by a Quaker batter. 3-2 to McFarland. He struck out looking twice today. Waxter waiting on deck, who has been on all 3 times he's come up. And a great take, another breaking ball misses, and the bases will be loaded for Noah Waxter, who is 2 for 2 today with a single and a double. Also was hit by a pitch. First pitch to Waxter. Swings and chops this one foul for strike 1. 2 runs came across earlier this inning on a triple by Jimenez. Quakers trying to add even more insurance here in the 5th inning. Cut on and miss for strike 2. The 0-2. Popped foul. Redo the 0-2. Again, a foul ball by Waxter. Slugged into center field. Dillon makes the play, but the Quakers score 2 runs on a triple by Jonathan Jimin as they lead 7-1 as we head to the 6th inning.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds, and those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, one, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble. And this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me, and I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as to why I chose Earlham.
While working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back, and for our student athletes to be able to compete here.
There are 50,000 reasons I came to Earlham, and there's one really big reason. Nope, not that! The world's most complete.
It's a 7-1 lead for the Earlham Quakers, top of the 6th inning. Casey Blevins has been excellent here in Game 2. He's gone through 5 innings, only 56 pitches. He's been very efficient. 4 hits allowed, 1 run, no walks, and 4 strikeouts. This one opposite way. Into right field, it'll be a base hit. That's Shiratori, who will reach base for the first time here in Game 2. A leadoff double. So a runner on second, and Calvin Schubert, who doubled back in the first, now will come up. He struck out swinging in his last at-bat. He's now been on base in 21 straight games for Transylvania. First pitch misses high and inside. On to Schubert. Misses up high, 2-0 to Schubert. Shiratori with plenty of speed at second. Pop sky high, third base side of the infield. And Dick will make the call and the catch for out number 1. And so now the cleanup man, Ethan Dillon, making the start in center field. He's 0 for 2 today. Fly out and a ground out. He is a tough hitter to face when there is a runner in scoring position. One of those guys in this order with an OPS over 1,000. Dillon came in today hitting .419. Had 2 home runs yesterday in the doubleheader against Franklin. 8 runs driven in just by Dillon alone. Watches ball 1 from Blevins. Breaking ball misses. 2-0. Dillon, he's hit into some extra base scenarios, but luckily for the Quakers, not when runners have been on. Has not driven in a run yet today in either game. He's ahead 2-0. They'll look over at the runner. Shiratori back in safely. It's been a much cleaner game on the base paths for each team. That just misses on the outside edge, 3-0 on to Dillon. Righty does begin to warm in the Quaker bullpen. It is Austin Snyder who is warming in the Quaker pen. Up high, a 4-pitch walk onto the Transylvania cleanup hitter. It'll be runners first and second with one away. The first walk allowed by Blevins. And now Chris Hedinger. 2 groundouts today. He'll get set to face Blevins. But first, a meeting on the mound. Blevins threw 5 1/3 of an inning. 5 hits allowed, 1 run. His first walk just now against Dillon. And 4 strikeouts. Last inning was able to work around runners first and second. Trying to do the same here with only 1 away. Hedinger waiting on deck in the 5 spot. 2 groundouts here in game 2. He was on base a lot in game 1. 3 hits in his first 3 plate appearances. A double and 2 singles. Trying to chip into this Quaker advantage. In the top of the 6th inning. First pitch breaks low for ball 1. Transylvania 1 for 5 in this game with runners on base against Blevins. Slugged foul. One count with 1 away. Shiratori at second, Dillon at first. Breaking ball up high, and Hedinger ducks out of the way of that one for ball 2. Check over at the runner. Close play. Runner breaks for third as the ball gets away from Rother to set up runners first and third now. Double play still in order for the Quakers. Shiratori off of third now. Up high. Now 3-1. Missed up high. The bases will be loaded with 1 out. Back-to-back walks drawn by the Pioneers. And it looks like that will be all for Casey Blevins. As it was 5 excellent innings on the mound starting the game, struggles with the command in the 6th. We'll have a new pitcher on the mound coming up. 7-1 Quakers in the top of the 6th inning.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
From warehousing to transportation and everything in between, Piper Logistics does it all. Centrally located, Piper Logistics has 2 warehouses in Indianapolis and a warehouse in Cincinnati, Ohio. Piper Logistics houses over 1 million square feet. Along with our transportation department, we can provide service to half the United States markets.
We encourage you to subscribe to our YouTube channel, IndianaSRN. Hit the bell to get notifications for upcoming games and more. Watch as many games as you want, as many times as you want.
New pitcher into the game. Bases are loaded with only 1 out in the inning as Max Finn will get set to face Austin Snyder, who has been locked down out of the Quaker bullpen this season, making his 10th appearance this year. Has pitched a little over 11 innings. He gets a first pitch, tapper to third, throw home, will get... No! They call the runner safe. And so Transylvania goes station to station. A run comes home to score. That's Shiratori who scores. It was Austin Dick who came home with it. The throw looked to be in time. Maybe the foot was off the bag as the first pitch to Murphy is swung on and missed for strike 1.
Number 7, Joe Murphy.
Murphy today has doubled, grounded out. Quickly 0-2 onto Murphy. Taken low. 1-2. Grounded foul. Murphy staying alive in the count. Monaco, the catcher, waits on deck. He's singled today. Two. Sent a long ways, but foul. 3 straight fouled off by Murphy, the DH. He singled in a run in the second inning in Game 1. Cuts on and misses for strike 3. Snyder gets a big second out. And now Nick Monaco, the catcher, 1 for 2 today with a single and a ground out. The run was tagged to Blevins total. The last run that Snyder has allowed out of the bullpen came on March 9th. That was during the spring break trip in Florida. It's 1-0 on to Monaco. Actually, this is a pinch hitter who takes the spot of the catcher, Peter Monaco. Vinny DeSalvo rolls this one softly to the shortstop. Throw on to first, skips in the dirt, it's offline. A second run will come in to score. Throw goes to third. It is not in time. A disastrous inning for the Quakers as 2 more runs come home to score. It's now a 3-run ball game. And now Brenton Alcorn in the 9 spot. He is homered today. Watches ball 1. Runner takes off for second. Throw down is too high. Jeffrey saves it from going in the outfield. Throw home is not in time. Another run will score. It's a 2-run game. That's Finn who slides in safely. It is now 7-5 with 2 away in the 6th inning. And the tying run all of a sudden is now at the plate in Alcorn, who lifted a home run over the right field fence in his first at-bat today. Sends this one into foul ground down the right field line. Chopper, first base side. Rother makes the glove. Throw to the pitcher who covers. In time for the 3rd out. Transylvania brings home 4 runs to make it a 2-run ball game. It's 7-5. We head to the bottom of the 6th inning.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Mandy made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Bottom of the 6th inning. All of a sudden, a 7-5 game after Transylvania plates 4 runs in the top of the 6th inning. 4 errors on the Quaker defense allowed that to happen. A brutal inning for the Quaker defense. And we see over at first base, I believe that's Brenton Alcorn, who is walking off, holding his arm. It was a close play to end the last inning. A ground out to Rother, who threw to the pitcher, who covered. And so still warming up on the mound after a lengthy delay is Tristan Cooper. He was able to get the final out after walking a batter back in the bottom of the 5th inning. You can see taking some throws is Alcorn, who is trying to remain in the game. The starting shortstop making some throws onto first as he was upholding his arm. Cooper will be set to face Austin Dick, Chris Barnett, and Dylan Rick. Here in the lower part of the Quaker order. And in to catch after pinch hitting is Vinny DeSalvo, the new backstop behind the plate. So it does look like Alcorn will remain in the ball game at shortstop. He was tagged with an error earlier on. But we'll be all set to go here in the bottom of the 6th inning. 7-5. Earlham in front, trying to hold on and split this doubleheader with the Pioneers. Get back to a game, or half a game, in the conference lead. And Austin Dick, he has struck out twice today. First pitch, a breaking ball. It lands on the inner half of the plate. 0-1. Shows bunt, pulls back. Pitch is out of the zone for ball 1. Takes low. 2-1. Breaking ball again lands on that inner half. 2-2. That misses. It's a full count on to Austin Dick. Transylvania, they used their top 2 starters yesterday, trying to find some innings from their bullpen. Check swing, and they say Austin Dick held up, so he will be aboard with a leadoff walk. Second walk allowed by Cooper out of the bullpen. And now Chris Barnett, walk and 2 flyouts today. Look over at the runner. Dick at first. He stole a base in game 1. Bunt showed, pulled back. Barnett went 0 for 5 in game 1. Again, a bunt showed, popped up down the third base line. It falls foul. The third baseman Finn charging, trying to make that play, but won't get there in time. So it'll be 1-1 onto Barnett, the freshman shortstop. Another look over at the runner. Dick dives in safely. Bunt laid down the first base line. Pitcher covers, throws onto first in time, but Barnett does his job, and Austin Dick is now into scoring position. And Dylan Rick has showed the extra base power here today. He's 2 for 3 with a ground rule double. Came around to score in the 5th inning after singling. First pitch breaks outside for ball 1. Popped foul. 1-1 onto Rick. Evan Duncan, the man on deck, worked a walk in his last at-bat. Cooper trying to keep the Pioneers within striking distance. They trailed 7-1 in this game, plated 4 runs in the 6th inning. Look over at the runner. Throw nearly went into the outfield, but a good stop by Shiratori. Lands for strike 2. Runner breaks for third. Breaking ball in the dirt, and Austin Dick picked the perfect pitch to run on. He will take third easily. His second stolen base of the day. And so now, the runner 90 feet away. Rick trying to give the Quakers some insurance. Misses up. Cut on and missed for strike 3. Throw on to first completes the putout. That's the second out of the inning. A big strikeout for Cooper. That's his first strikeout out of the bullpen. And now a giant spot for the junior transfer Evan Duncan. Came over from Vermont State this season. Has had his struggles at the plate, but a chance here to give the Quakers a 3-run advantage. First pitch he sees, a breaking ball that lands for strike 1. Cooper trying to work around the leadoff walk. Oh, 0-1. Cut on and missed. 0-2. Struck him out. Back-to-back Ks ends the frame. It is 7-5. We head to the top of the 7th inning.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research, and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning years later her professor recognized her and they immediately were able to reconnect again, and just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher where
It's a 7-5 lead for the Earlham Quakers as Austin Snyder, he's still up on the mound out of the Quaker pen, set to face the leadoff hitter Caden Ford. Ford, he struggled today against Blevins, a chance at the new arm on the mound. 2 strikeouts and a ground out. Snyder deals a strike on the inner half of the plate. It's 1-1 onto Ford. Outside, 2-1. Back to back out of the zone, it's 3-1. For Snyder, last inning was tagged with a run. It was unearned, but still the first run that he has allowed since back on March 9th. This one grounded sharply, second base side. Jeffries trouble with it. It'll leak into right field. And the leadoff man will reach in back-to-back innings. Ford is on for the first time in Game 2. Shiratori doubled in his last at-bat. 1 for 3 today will step in. Looking over the runner, and he is just in safely. And Coach Sack will emerge from the dugout immediately. It looked like the runner had a step over onto second base and then dove in head first. It was a close play. The Quaker manager out discussing with the umpire. You can see it on the replay. The runner took a step towards second. It's a close play. And in a doubleheader where there's been so many base running mistakes, could this be another one? The call will stand, so the runner will be safe. Ford will lead off first. Another pickoff attempt. This time Ford has a better read of it. First pitch that Shiratori sees is a strike. Sends this one up the middle. It's a base hit into right center field. Ford hustling up to third. It'll be runners at the corners with nobody out. Back-to-back singles lead off the 7th inning. And now Calvin Schubert represents the go-ahead run. He has doubled today, struck out, popped out. Schubert, a couple of home runs this season, has driven in 28 RBIs. Takes a big swing, comes up empty. It is 0-1. And Ethan Dillon, 2 home runs yesterday, looms on deck. The 0-1. Misses high. Fly ball sent out to center field. Jimenez will try to throw home. Runner, it's a bluff at third. A strong throw in by Jimenez. And Ford will stay put at third base. 1 out here in the top of the 7th inning. And now Ethan Dillon has been on once here in game 2, a walk. Fly out and ground out as well. Couple of hits in game 1. Takes the first pitch outside for a strike. 0-1. High and inside. 1-1. This Quaker bullpen has been locked down this season, but in their last 2 games, they've allowed a lead in the 7th inning or later. Before that, they had not done that at all. Snyder, a big reason why this bullpen has been as successful as they've been. He's behind 2-1. Grounded sharply foul. It's 2-2. Inning started off with back-to-back singles, a flyout on Schubert. Dillon, he drove in 8 runs yesterday in both games against Franklin. Tying run is at first. 2-2. Lines this one into center field. It's a base hit. 1 run will score. Stop sign is put up at third. It's an RBI single for Ethan Dillon. And it's now a 1-run ball game. Again, runners first and third with 2 away. Or with 1 away, that is. Chris Hettinger. He's 0 for 2 today. 2 ground outs and a walk. And it looks like that will be all for Snyder out of the bullpen. A new pitcher will take his place in a 1-run game here in the 7th inning.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Seven to 6, the Quakers lead. The runners at the corners with one away in the inning. A big opportunity for the righty out of the bullpen for the Quakers, Garrett Odie, to make his 13th appearance this season. A 3.79 ERA, 19 innings he's pitched in. Does not walk a lot of batters. 5 walks to 15 strikeouts. Trying to rebound from yesterday where he allowed a go-ahead solo home run in the 8th inning against Anderson. Now comes in to face Chris Hettinger, who has had the Quakers number here today. 3 hits in game 1, a walk in his last at-bat here in game 2. First pitch from Odie, a breaking ball, and it misses up for ball 1. Runner takes off for second. Pitch misses for a ball. The runner will get to second without a throw. So the tying run is at third. Go ahead run at second. A huge lead for Dillon. That pitch fouled back. The infield comes in. Middle infielders drop back, corner infielders stay in. Now when popped up, going foul, it'll get out of play. Inside. And that's good for a walk. And so the bases will be loaded. Odie walks the first batter he sees. Not something he does very often. Only his 6th walk of the season. And now Max Finn. Huge opportunity with the bases loaded. Go ahead run at second. Finn grounded into an RBI, fielder's choice. In his last at-bat, he fouls that one for strike 1. Oh, 1. Turns him inside. It's called a strike. 0-2. Sent opposite way, it's a base hit. 1 runner will score. Wave is on at third. And Transylvania has come from behind 7-1 to take the lead here in the 7th inning. It is now an 8-7 game. And still only 1 out in the inning. pinch hitter. It'll be Houston Manning. Pulls back for ball 1. Runners first and third. Transylvania has come from 6 runs behind to take the lead here in the 7th inning. Trying to add more here with the pinch hitter Manning. Showing bunt. Lays one down, but it goes foul. Manning lays this one down the first base line. A good bunt. Odie will have to flip onto first. And Manning brings home another run. It's now a 2-run lead for the Pioneers. So now Vinny DeSalvo. Drove in a couple of runs last inning. Takes a strike inside. Oh, 1. Taken low. Tapped, third base side. Dick, long throw onto first, high throw, but it is in time for the 3rd out. But Transylvania, they have come from behind and now lead by 2 runs.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning years later her professor recognized her and they immediately were able to reconnect again, and just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher where it's not much of a
Transylvania, they have plated 4 runs in each of the last 2 innings. They now lead 9-7. Quakers trying to come back into this one here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Top of the order is up. Sean Jeffries. He's been on 3 times today, reached on an error, hit by a pitch, doubled in a run. First pitch swinging, grounds this up the middle. Shortstop Alcorn, some trouble with it. It gets into center field, and the leadoff man will be aboard. Jeffries on for the 4th time today as Alcorn. That's going to be his 2nd error today. now. Jonathan Jimenez, a couple of strikeouts today, but tripled in 2 runs in the 5th inning. Jeffries stole a base in the 1st inning. Skips low in the dirt. Good block behind the dish. Curls outside. 2-0. Three and 0. Jimenez watches a strike. Cooper out of the bullpen, still on the mound. Has walked 2 batters. Quakers have been unable to capitalize, though. 3-1. Low. A 5-pitch walk for Jimenez. In the first 2 reach here in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Mitchell Rother now with a couple of runners on has already driven in 4 runs here today. And will this be all for Cooper? A righty is warming in the Pioneer bullpen. Cooper at 1 1/3 of an inning pitched. Hasn't allowed a hit, but has walked 3 batters, 2 strikeouts. Still yet to allow a run. Rothery crushed a no-doubt home run in the 1st inning, doubled in 2 more runs in the 2nd. And Cooper will remain in the ballgame. Both Jimenez and Jeffries on base have plenty of speed. Nobody out, runners 1st and 2nd. Rother the go-ahead run. First pitch he sees. In there for strike 1. Breaking ball outside. Even count 1-1. That misses. 2-1. Rother earlier in this game, a home run. It tied him for 2nd in Earlham history with 25 career home runs. Could he give the Quakers the lead and tie for 1st? The 2-1. Grounded sharply to the shortstop. Flip onto 2nd for 1. Turn to 1st. In time. Double play. So a runner will be at 3rd with McFarland to come up, and this will be all for Cooper. Gets a crucial double play. A new pitcher will come in. 9-7 game here in the bottom of the 7th inning.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, 1, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field in that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble, and this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me. And I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as why I chose Earlham.
While working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all work in the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back, and for our student athletes to be able to compete here.
There are 50,000 reasons I came to Earlham, and there's one really big reason. Nope, not that! The world's most complete fossil giant beaver.
The reason why I chose Earlham is because of the small class sizes, which allow for more one-on-one time with the professors.
Well, the reason why I chose Earlham College was very personal to me. I was looking for an institution that was going to allow for me to participate in, experience, and engage in all the opportunities that I felt that an 18-year-old me desired and wanted and deserved. And I couldn't have been more pleased. I wanted to participate in intercollegiate athletics, and Earlham College offered and provided that opportunity. I wanted to engage a diverse populace of people, different humans and individuals from not just locally near me, but literally with perspectives from around the world, and Earlham College provided that for me.
9-7 lead for Transylvania, bottom of the 7th with 2 outs, and they'll elect to go lefty-lefty to face Jackson McFarland in the cleanup spot. Logan McNair, the senior lefty, making only his 2nd appearance this season, has only pitched in 1 inning, a scoreless inning against Berea. Huge spot here, as McFarland, with plenty of power, is the tying run. Now in the zone, 1-1. A huge double play turned, induced by Tristan Cooper to end his outing. 2 innings he pitches, no hits. Does walk 3 and 2 strikeouts. That misses inside. He is responsible for Jeffries, who leads off 3rd. Jeffries did reach on an error, so it would be an unearned run if he were to cross. The 2-1, grounded up the middle, picked up by the second baseman, throw on a hop. It is not in time. An infield RBI single for Jackson McFarland, and it's back to a 1-run game. And so now Noah Wagster, he'll come up to hit, but not before another pitching change. Looks like they'll go with a right-hander now to face Wagster. 3rd pitcher of the inning for Transylvania coming up after the break.
They say nice guys don't finish first. So maybe it's time to reconsider what it means to be first.
It's about being your best, but knowing you can be even better.
It's being present, but respectful of history.
You sure you want to make that move?
It's donating something more valuable than money.
It's believing in yourself and something bigger.
It's coming from different families, but treating each other like brothers.
It's not just being a man, it's being a Mason.
pitcher into the game for Transylvania. It's Nathan Hale, a prominent reliever for the Pioneers this season. He's making his 8th appearance. He's started a lot of his games. He's made 5 starts this season, has pitched in 20 innings, an ERA of 7.65, a 190 whip, 15 walks to 9 strikeouts. Another guy for Transylvania who can be susceptible to the walk. And he actually pitched yesterday against Franklin, went 1 2/3 of an inning, allowed 2 hits, 2 runs, and walked 1. He'll be set to face Noah Wagster, who has been on 3 times today, 2 hits, a single and a double. The tying run at first, go-ahead run at the plate. First pitch to Wagster in there for strike 1. Slugs this one to left field. High fly ball. It is out of here. Wagster, no doubt, shot to put the Quakers up by 1. His 3rd hit of the game puts the Quakers up 10-9. And back and forth we go. The Quakers reclaim the lead in the bottom of the 7th inning. And Coach Sack is out of the dugout talking with the umpires here. Is a 10-9 Quaker advantage. Bottom of the 7th inning, 2 outs. And with the way Coach Sack is arguing, they might have thrown Wagster out for the celebration. Still, the damage has been done. A 2-run shot to put the Quakers up by 1. And he has been tossed. Wagster is out of the ballgame, the starting left fielder, after hitting a go-ahead 2-run home run. And Wagster is getting a chorus of high fives and cheers from his teammates as he exits the dugout.
Agree to disagree.
So there will be a new left fielder next inning for the Quakers. Austin Dick is waiting to face off Hale. Hale has now allowed 3 home runs this season. That leads the team in that category. Has been susceptible to the long ball. And Austin Dick, he has power. The redshirt freshman, a transfer from Tiffin. You start to think, with that ejection, does that just give the Quakers even more life in their dugout? Outside, check swing. He did not go around. That caught a piece of Austin Dick. He'll be on first. And now Chris Barnett. 2 outs, runner on first. Earlham led 7-1 in this game. Transylvania pieced together 2 4-run innings to take the lead, and it's back to a 1-run advantage for the Quakers after a no-doubt home run from Noah Waxter. Runner goes for second. Trouble with the transfer. It'll be a stolen base for Austin Dick, and now he's in scoring position. Barnett takes a strike. Can he continue the rally with 2 outs in the inning? That misses. The count even 2-2. Runner breaks for third. Fouled back. Austin Dick got an excellent jump at second. He'll be back over at second base. We'll redo the 2-2. Hale deals. The runner breaks again. No throw down. That one misses. It's a full count. 2 stolen bases in the inning for Austin Dick. And now the biggest pitch of the day here for Chris Barnett. Full count, 2 away, runner at third. The payoff pitch. Slugged right at the third baseman, he makes the catch. But the Quakers reclaim the lead on a 2-run home run by Noah Waxter. It is 10-9 as we head to the 8th inning. This is crazy.
Every person has a story waiting to be told. Mr. Jack comes in every Monday.
Yeah, that's right.
One day I noticed his hat said he was a Korean War veteran. I asked him if he'd ever been to the Korean War Memorial.
No, I never had a chance to go.
That was the day I knew we had to do whatever it took to get him there.
Manny made it happen. I got to go to Washington, D.C. to all the memorials. The World War II Memorial, Naval Memorial, Korean War Memorial. Took all kind of pictures and everything, and it was a good trip, too.
I'm glad that I could be a part of Mr. Jack's story.
We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN. We encourage you to follow us on Twitter at IndianaSRN. Find upcoming games, video highlights, and much more. Follow us now at IndianaSRN.
Top of the 8th inning, it is 10-9 Earlham. First pitch on to Brenton Alcorn, who has homered today. Misses for ball 1. It has been a wild game here today. Earlham led 7-1 before 8 runs in the 6th and 7th inning combined for Transylvania to take the lead. This one grounded to the shortstop, Barnett. Throw on the run is in time for out number 1. Quakers then scored 3 runs in the bottom of the 7th inning. A 2-run shot by Noah Wagster, who was then ejected for the bat flip. Put the Quakers in front by 1.
Now batting, number 4, Caden Ford.
And the outfield alignment for the Quakers has changed now because of that ejection. Evan Duncan scoots over from right. He's now in left. Tucker Williams, the defensive replacement, he is now in right field. Taken for a strike, Caden Ford. He's singled his last at-bat. Has struck out twice today. Takes that one off the plate. 1-1. Fastball in there for strike 2. That misses. Count evens 2-2. Grounded second base side, Jeffries. Quickly 2 down. Nobody on, 2 away. Seda Shiratori hits in his last 2 at-bats.
Number 10, Seda Shiratori.
He'll now try to spark something here with 2 outs in the inning. Takes a breaking ball for strike 1. Off the plate, 1-1. Shiratori, a former D1 recruit. He spent his freshman season at Mercyhurst. Came over to Transylvania, has been excellent since then. Taps this one high, up the middle. Barnett. Speedy Shiratori is retired. A 1-2-3 inning for Garrett Odie. And he pumps up the crowd. 10-9. Quakers, we head to the bottom of the 8th.
Well, I knew I wanted to go to a smaller school because my high school was a small high school and I really valued good connections with teachers where you can get the help that you need, and I didn't want to be overwhelmed in a class setting. My name's Eloise. I'm from Chicago. I went to North Shore Country Day School, and then I took a gap year, so then I'll be going to Earlham this fall. I honestly didn't expect to be in the Midwest or to be in Earlham, but it ended up being the right choice for me when it came down to it. The big event that sold me pretty much on Earlham was meeting the professors and getting to talk with them and realizing that because I'm really interested in animal behavior, animal research and things like that, and for me it was always hard to make sure that that was something I would be able to find in college, but I was able to talk to professors who had the same interests as me, and I knew I would be able to pursue a lot of my interests here and do research projects with professors who are passionate about the same things. I think just generally one of the other things that stuck out to me was the community that Earlham has, and I'd gotten a bit of an insight on that just because my English teacher in high school is an alum of Earlham, and so she was able to tell me about what kind of community it is and how even returning years later her professor recognized her and they immediately were able to reconnect again, and just being able to have those close connections with professors like I did with my English teacher, where it's not much of a hierarchy and you can have that conversation.
10-9 Earlham as we enter the bottom of the 8th inning. A new pitcher on the mound, it'll be Jason Ingalls. He's making his 8th appearance of the season. He's pitched 9 1/3 of an inning, 8 hits allowed in that time. He's got a 7.71 ERA, 4 strikeouts to 3 walks. He's going to try to pitch to contact here on the Quakers most likely. Has allowed a home run in limited action this season. And a powerful hitter will come up to the plate, the catcher, Dylan Rick. Rick today, 2 base hits, a ground rule double, and a single. He struck out swinging in his last at-bat. Can the Quakers add on? They led 7-1 at one point in this game, relinquished the lead. And then a go-ahead 2-run home run from Waxter has them in front by 1. Cut on and missed by the catcher, Rick. Falls behind 0-2. Skips in the dirt. Ball 1. Eagles a freshman. He skips that one low. Back-to-back out of the zone. It's 2-2. In there, strike 3. Got him looking. Leadoff man retired. And now Evan Duncan. Duncan 0 for 3 with a walk today. He struck out swinging in his last at-bat. A lot of speed from Evan Duncan. In fact, Coach Sack mentioned how he's probably the fastest player he's ever coached. But it's been getting on base that's been the problem. He tries to bunt here, and it goes foul. Grounded. Shortstop charging. Picks it up on a short hop. Throw on to first. Gets away from the first baseman. Duncan will be on. And you can see how that speed really forces Alcorn to try to make a play. And so Sean Jeffries will come up. It scored a base hit for Duncan. His first hit today. 1 down, runner on first, and Sean Jeffries, now who has been on 4 times, has reached twice on an error. Duncan is off. Pitch misses, and Duncan steals second. Throw gets into the outfield. He'll move up to third. The insurance run 90 feet away. And it has been a problem for Pioneer catching to try to control these speedy base runners that Earlham has. And so it'll be a 1-0 count here to Jeffries. That one sent to left field. Jeffries got a good piece of it, and he lifts it over the wall. A 2-run home run for Sean Jeffries. Second home run of the season for Sean Jeffries. He makes it a 12-9 lead. And now Jonathan Jimenez, can he continue the party here in this 8th inning? And so there is a new shortstop into the game for the Pioneers. See the celebration on the field for the Quakers. Wagster was tossed for celebrating his home run. That one runs in and it hits Jimenez. Boy, it's got to be a deflating feeling as a pitcher when your command isn't there, and when you finally do throw a strike, it gets lifted out of the ballpark. And now Mitchell Rother, a chance to really break this game wide open. He's one home run off of first in program history for career home runs. Hit his 24th earlier in this ball game as Jimenez took off on the pitch. It was fouled. 0-1 on to Rother. Check over at the runner. He's back in safely. 1 out in the inning. Runner on first. Rother, he grounded into a double play in his last at-bat. A huge double play induced by Nathan Hale. Another look. Jimenez back in safely. Jimenez is a perfect 18 for 18 on stolen bases this season. He'll stay put on this one. This one sent into left field. It will curl foul. Rother almost had extra bases for the third time today. Instead, he'll step back into the batter's box, down in the count 0-2. Rother pops this one up. Curling foul. It will get into the Quaker bullpen, and it stays 0-2.
Congratulations to our fan of the game, Nicholas J. Johnson. He wins 50 plastic forks that have been gently used. Congratulations, Nick.
The righty in the Transylvania bullpen, Cole Michelle, has been warming for some time. Ingles trying to get out of this inning. Runner breaks. Pitch. Trouble on the handoff again. Jimenez is 19 for 19 on stolen bases this season. He's now at second base. A premier spot for Rother to drive in another insurance run. He's brought home 4 runs today, a 2-run home run earlier over the left center field wall. Outside. It's 2-2 under Rother. Sends this to left center field. Did he get enough of it? It is off the track. Extra bases for Rother. Jimenez will stop at third. His third hit today, all extra bases. And now runners second and third.
Now hitting for Earlham, number 29, Jackson McFarland.
Huge spot now for Jackson McFarland, and he will face a new pitcher. Transylvania brings in another arm. It is 12-9, runners second and third for the Quakers.
Can't get to a computer? Then we've got you covered. Just go to the IndianaSRN app and stay up to date with all of your favorite teams. You can watch live coverage or relive the experience with our on-demand service.
Have plated 2 runs of insurance here in this inning on a 2-run shot by Sean Jeffries. And with 2 runners in scoring position, what can Jackson McFarland do? The big power bat, lefty, in the cleanup spot today. Speed on both second and third. As Rother has been lifted for a pinch runner, it's Millen Desai. McFarland takes low for ball 1. New pitcher on the mound is Cole Mischel. Mischel this season making his 8th appearance. He's pitched 9 innings, a 7 ERA. He'll land 1 for strike 1. 9 strikeouts, 4 walks, has allowed 13 hits. 5 of those 13 hits have gone for extra bases against Mischel. Fires in strike 2. One, 2. High and outside. Count even 2-2. Still only 1 out in the inning. It was the leadoff hitter Dylan Rick who struck out looking. Since then, single, home run, hit by pitch, and double. This one, pop fly into center. Dylan comes on to make the play. Jimenez tags. He will slide safely. The runner at second advances to third. Another run for the Quakers. It's 13-9. The appeal comes in. The runner is confirmed safe. And so Desai will lead off of third.
Number 6, Tucker Williams.
The second run driven in by McFarland today. And this is the spot where Noah Wagster was hitting. He lifted a go-ahead 2-run home run last inning, but was ejected for the celebration afterwards. It's now Tucker Williams to make his first at-bat. Waves at that one for strike 1. Williams, he came on as a pinch hitter last game, grounded out to short. Takes strike 2. A lot of these hitters have faced 2 strike counts in this inning, but it has not mattered. It's 0-2 to Williams. In there, strike 3. The inning will end, but the Quakers are now in front 13-9. We head to the 9th inning.
I chose Earlham because you're all a bunch of nerds. You're compassionate, empathetic, caring nerds. And those are my people.
So I chose Earlham, 1, because it was far away from home, and I really wanted a chance to grow and develop into my own adult without the outside influence of my family. And I also wanted the opportunity to really focus on my studies. I am very passionate about neuroscience. I've been passionate about neuroscience since before I came to Earlham. And I just really wanted an opportunity to grow within that field and that major and explore my options. Another reason why I came to Earlham is because the community seemed genuinely loving and caring about their students.
And I felt like this was a great place for me with the diversity. I'm from Cincinnati, kind of what they call a bubble, and this was a very eye-opening opportunity for me. And I felt that I could really succeed on and off the field, and that was kind of the big reason as why I chose Earlham.
While working here at Earlham, the thing that I've loved the most is the community that we talk about, we actually live. As the baseball coach, I am represented amongst other aspects on campus. I'm working with faculty, I'm working with advancement, I'm working with health services, I'm working with public safety, I'm working with media and communications. And we all are working on the aspect of talking about why Earlham College is a great place for our students to be here, for our alumni to give back, and for our student athletes to be able to compete here.
There are 50,000 reasons I came to Earlham, and there's one really big reason. Nope, not that! The world's most complete fossil giant beaver.
The reason why I chose Earlham is because of the small class sizes, which allow for more one-on-one time with the professors.
Well, the reason why I chose Earlham College was very personal to me.
Top of the ninth inning, it's a 13-9 lead for the Earlham Quakers. Garrett Odie is trying to lock this down for a win. It has been a roller coaster in this second game. Earlham led 7-1 at one point before giving up the lead. They then went ahead on a Noah Wagster go-ahead home run and have now plated 3 runs of insurance in the bottom of the 8th inning to take a 4-run lead. Odie with a 4-run cushion, but he has to go through the heart of this Pioneer order. Schubert to lead off the ninth. He grounds this one over to the third baseman, Austin Dick. High throw is over the head of the new first baseman, Cooper Steckel. That is the 5th error on Earlham today. So Schubert is on via the error by Austin Dick, and now Ethan Dillon. The cleanup hitter has been on twice today, a walk and a single in his last 2 at-bats. He hit 2 home runs in yesterday's doubleheader against Franklin. In there for a first pitch strike. Even though it isn't a safe situation, Garrett Odie has been clutch in these types of moments. This one lined opposite way, it will go foul. Odie 3 saves this season, trying for his 3rd win. He's 2-1 with a 3.79 ERA coming into today. That one just misses. A stone-cold take by Ethan Dillon. One, 2. Lined into right center field. It'll be extra bases. Schubert makes the turn. He will be stopped at third. And runners at second and third with nobody out here in the top of the 9th inning for Transylvania.
Now batting, number 19.
A good throw in by the center fielder Jimenez to limit any runs to come across. But now Chris Hettinger, who has been on twice today, both via the walk, 3 hits in game 1. A chance to bring Transylvania closer. First pitch swinging, he pops this one foul. Just misses up high. 1-1 onto Hettinger. Righty warms in the Quaker pen. It's Braden Lewis. Breaking ball fouled off. 1-2. As I mentioned before, Steckel, the freshman first baseman, takes place of Mitchell Rother. One and two. Breaking ball misses up high. The count even 2-2. Hettinger, a couple of stone cold takes here in this at bat. First two have reached. Error and a double. Odie looking for the first out. Lined opposite way, it goes foul. Some loud contact by Hettinger in this at bat. They have been foul balls. Odie deals. Breaking ball, pulled the string. Strikeout for the first out. First strikeout out of the bullpen for Odie. And now Max Finn, he came up large in the seventh inning, a 2-run single. Part of the 4-run seventh for Transylvania to take the lead. He rips and misses for strike one. Schubert at third. Dillon leads off second. Oh, 1. Held up on the swing. It breaks low and outside. 1-1. For strike two. Breaking ball froze Finn. One-two count. Sent out to right center. The right fielder Williams, battling the sun, makes the catch. Runners bluff. Throw in goes to third. There's 2 down in the inning. Transylvania down to their final out.
Now batting, number 28, Houston Manning.
And now Houston Manning represents the final chance for Transylvania. A mound meeting here with Odie. Manning came on as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning, dropped down a sacrifice bunt that scored a run. Manning coming into today's doubleheader, he's 3 for 29 at the plate, a 103 average, but he is trying here to will his team to a 2-out rally. A couple of runners in scoring position. Mound meeting concludes. Odie has pitched 2 innings and a third out of the bullpen. He's at 37 pitches. Trying to finish this game off and split the doubleheader with Transylvania and reclaim their half-game lead of the conference. First pitch, misses inside for ball 1. Breaking ball misses outside. 2-0. Catches the outer part of the plate. 2-1. That misses. 3-1. 3-1. Slugged opposite way, right field. Coming on is Williams. He'll make the catch. The Quakers take it 13-9. Garrett Odie shuts it down 2 2/3 innings of only 1 run. And the Quakers are back in front, a half-game lead for first in the conference. The offense shows up once again, but this one decided by Odie in the 9th inning. He allows back-to-back to reach, runners second and third, and then 3 straight outs to end the game with a 13-9 victory. What a ball game for Sean Jeffries, who was on 4 times, hit a 2-run home run in the 8th inning to give the Quakers some insurance. And also Noah Waxter, who hit that go-ahead 2-run shot in the 7th inning. And Mitchell Rother, who ends up tying for second in program history with his 25th career home run back in the 1st. Again, your final 13-9. Casey Blevins, he started this one for the Quakers. He went 5 1/3, allowed 5 hits, 4 runs, but only 1 of them earned. Walked 2, struck out 4. And so that'll be all from us here at IndianaSRN. Again, your final in Game 2, 13-9. The Quakers reclaim their half-game lead for first in the conference. Thank you for tuning in. We'll talk to you next weekend.